morning, girls. Thanks for being here. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone over here?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we're not on?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on file?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
Just watch your step for me. Maintain and face the court.
This officer will be able to the court and jury the case there here. Should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Thank you. Take the stand.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this process is not the first time you've testified in a court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath?
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
You've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep?
I promised Mr. Lally,
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
except for the prep for this trial. I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here at the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you prep or did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, right?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you understand? Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video, and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
You remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No,
No. Remember part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another,
I don't think I saw that whole video. No,
practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
You
No,
can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
no.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low? And you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have, I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No,
Never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no,
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
yes.
Did you discuss, I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
No,
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up.
no. I just asked her how she was doing and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
We worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years, and you were with him on January 28th, 2020, right?
Yes,
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
what's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say?
Yes,
Consider that a road trip?
yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes,
What was the location?
the hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes,
Did you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever come up?
no,
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
no, never.
Did he mention the fact that he'd been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No,
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
no,
during that entire day.
no.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes,
How long after?
approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw a video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw a video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, you saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes,
You were situated at a high top table, right?
yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the
Let me just pause this and say hello, good morning. Hello, good morning to everyone who is popping in. Hello, hello. Today it started off feisty. We are in the cross-examination of Brian Albert. We saw the direct examination on Friday, and Monday morning started off fiery, shooting the shots right from the hip. The judge said, hello, good morning. Did everyone do their jobs? And the defense team said, yep. Let's go. This is exciting. This is thrilling. This is probably going to be a while. They have a lot to get through. They have a lot of questions for Brian. He has a completely different demeanor. He's pouting. Thank you for streaming. All systems are still down. This is my work day. Yay! We'll probably be here till about 1:30, and I suspect we'll be able to get through the whole day. So that should be perfect. So this is going to be hot. We are at 1.25 speed because we do have to get through this. He's shooting from the hip. I want this defense attorney to stay on topic, to make his point, move on. Make a point, move on. Make a point, move on. Because there's a lot of points that need to be made with this witness, and I don't want him to linger and annoy the jury. That's like the biggest concern with the defense, is annoying the jury, taking too long, being too mean, all the things that could happen. So let's see what happens.
Maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes,
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
yes,
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right. Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No,
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
no.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times, but every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant, and I would consider him to be a co-worker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family, and I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and he was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
yes,
Or Miss Little.
right.
At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed. before January 28th, 2022?
I believe,
That's not your question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside. A female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure. End quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes,
Karen is actively
But you were
listening.
also asked a similar question
She,
in April of 2022.
her eyes are darting.
by Mr.
She's
Lally
got a lot going on
at
in her
his grand
brain.
jury. Remember that?
no,
Whew.
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier.
Karen's
and just 3
reactions
months
are
after this
small,
incident, you were sworn an
but
oath,
they are
correct?
very
Yes.
meaningful.
Same oath
And
that
I've
you
been
took in
watching
June
when they cut
2023,
to her.
right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Very
Isn't it
interesting.
true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
This is really
No, I don't
interesting.
recall
Watching
that.
Karen,
Did you indicate that you just testified, I'm sorry, that you reviewed
it's
your
like a
grand jury
tennis
testimony
match,
in anticipation for this trial?
yes,
You read the whole
back
thing.
and forth with her
Yes.
And you
eyes.
don't recall making that statement.
no,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I'll see Consulate Sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Yeah, so Karen is darting
Please
back
take a
and
look at
forth,
that.
back
Sure.
and forth with her eyes like a tennis match. And it's almost an uncontrollable face change when she's looking at her lawyer. It's almost like interest and excitement when he's asking questions. Not like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited, but like there's the energy there. And then when she's looking back at Brian, it's very examinatory. Is that a word? She's examining everything about him as he speaks. And then she's allowing herself in between answer and question to have a slight reaction, either it be a slight like side mouth twitch or her eyes kind of close halfway. I wouldn't say she's rolling her eyes, but she has kind of like a partial smirk. Very
Mayor Pro
interesting.
Tem?
Yes.
Charles, you get an opportunity to review that?
I have, thank you.
Does that refresh your recollections to what you said before the
You
grand
can
jury? in
tell that
April
she
of
feels comfort when her
2022?
lawyers are around.
Yes,
She
but
sat
you
right
didn't
back
read the
in her
whole,
chair
you
as
didn't read
they
the whole
came in,
quote
sat
though.
back down.
The whole quote is the
This is
following.
very interesting.
Question, so the female you had never
Me.
met before, is that fair to say? Answer, no, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote, yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes,
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
that's not my whole sentence, no.
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right, that's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence, I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Ms. Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident? Isn't that true?
No,
In fact, on January
More info.
22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
What?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior, yes,
It was a Saturday night, correct?
yes,
You were at the bar.
yes,
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
several people, yes,
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
yes,
a guy named Tim Daly,
yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was
Yes,
there.
you do.
Yes,
Jen McCabe was there.
yes,
Matt McCabe was there.
yes,
John O'Keefe was there,
Yes, he was.
and Karen Reed was there,
Oh,
correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact,
okay. What were y'all doing? What? So you do know each other?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look.
He has been waiting for
That
this
photograph.
day. He must have been so
Look at
happy
this
to
yourself
have the
for a second.
weekend.
Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it and look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
To like
Actually, I
solidify
need you, Mr. Albert. Stay there.
his approach
Do you recognize the
to
photograph
this
that's
cross
before you?
examination.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the hillside bar?
Yes.
I published this one.
Okay, is it already in evidence or you?
No, I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you
I
publish
have
it?
that marked as next in order.
Yes.
And then
The exhibit 67.
Thank you.
She got a little sassy. So you put in evidence and then you publish it. He's like, yes, I am just way ahead of myself. I'm so sorry.
permission to publish on it?
Yes.
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach John?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo, you're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think you could have?
Well, there
Who
were a lot
took
of
the
people there.
photo?
You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
Did this come from Karen's phone?
Can you turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down?
They really do need to be on top of the evidence, like putting it up, taking it down, lights back on.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No,
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
no,
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim,
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John.
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John, yeah.
With the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to know.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that photo, you've never seen that photo before today,
Who
right?
took the damn
I
photo?
saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture. I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could have been Karen Reed.
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
Yes, sir.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
So without splitting work, splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time. Yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr.
I'm not
Riley's question.
Sure if
And
I'm
your
feeling
immediate
this line of
response
questioning.
Was no, I've never met her or seen her before, correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response. No.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response. Yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
All right. Settle.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes,
So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
no, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes,
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
it's referring to the state grand jury.
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April,
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not.
Yeah, yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
You
I'm
recognize
having a
that
hard
person?
time.
Yes, I
I'm
believe
having a
that's me.
hard time with this line of
Recognize
questioning. I'm having a hard
I do
time
believe that's
with,
the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm
Hi,
talking at the table.
Ronnie.
I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
I know I missed you guys too. I was gonna try to do an afternoon stream, but it just didn't really work out. I had some stuff I had
Did you
to
see the
do.
part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Oh, we shouldn't get too far behind because we should be able to get through the whole Monday before I have to leave.
I looked
So-
like I was speaking, but I can't say for
Please
sure
begin.
that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her as she's answering.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, let me take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No,
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
no, I think that's just the positioning of me on the other side of the table. I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole thing.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question,
Did
please.
you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by
Question, please.
to the contrary. Not have conversations with Karen Reed that night.
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No,
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
You can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say
Okay.
anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
I
Did it appear
want.
from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall?
He's on a roll.
didn't
I
really
want to
notice,
talk,
I
but he's
didn't
on a
notice
roll.
Anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right. But even in that small portion, and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature.
No.
They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were
Did you
trying
see
to
her
find
take a
drinks for
glass
others,
out
is
of
that
her
right?
coat?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a problem with anyone
You
drinking
left
and
the waterfall
driving?
At 11:58, is that right?
30-year veteran officer?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house on leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You've been
No.
drinking since about what time in the evening or the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's
when
not
you went
what
to
your
the
wife
hillside?
said.
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe
Anyone
you
would
were
have
okay
been
to drive?
welcome, but it was
Yes.
really just for Jenna.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Jenna.
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Jen.
Did you drive that car home from
Jennifer.
the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind
Yeah,
of in
why
your
was
way.
Brian
In other
Higgins
words,
there
you weren't gonna park-
so
you weren't gonna park
before
him in.
you?
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
You sure?
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
How?
Describe his Jeep.
He had a
Did he
Jeep
leave
Wrangler.
first?
I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
That plow.
A snowplow on the front
Yes.
that can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After
Is a
Mr.
Jeep a
Higgins
good
moved
car
out
to
of
have
your
a
way out of the
plow on?
driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
This is what's driving me crazy.
So
You didn't
wouldn't
see
have
where
gotten
he
to the
put
house
his
if you
white
left Waterfall
Jeep?
at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay, 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Okay.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the
Good.
kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
Describe him. What's he look like?
So 2.5 years ago. So
Yeah.
he was probably 5'11",
2.5 years ago? No.
maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
Bigger than me.
Big boy. Hashtag
Yes.
big boy.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Big football.
Sometimes they
Yes.
say stuff that's
Yes.
they want to be so like
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
meaningful and like
Yes. After saying hi to
pointed.
everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or
But
downstairs?
they just come off
I'm not sure I have a
goofy.
bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
down-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin,
Yes, prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
but you never saw him leave.
No.
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't know.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lang, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lang for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house.
That's right. Yes.
So you
Who
mentioned
was
Brian
it?
Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment. Your Honor.
This is good. It might not be as good as they want it to be because of the weekend between his direct examination and cross examination, but he's basically going through his previous testimony
Yes.
about who was there when they left, blah, 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 all that stuff. But it's also comparing it to his wife,
Show
who
Mr. Lally.
testified before him, which I think was a great choice for the defense, even though the prosecution made that choice.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's right at the top of this posted, there's a word that says next. If you read that area,
Because
the next few sentences.
he's not just comparing previous testimony to this testimony or previous testimony to other previous testimony from Brian. It's also he's able to kind of like sneak in the okay, well, but also like your wife said literally the exact same thing. Is that kind of odd to you? Like the way he's kind of pulling in Julie's testimony, I believe. That was me.
Yeah.
Julie's. Nicole.
Trevor, did you have an opportunity to review that
Nicole.
portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your
Absolutely.
recollection about conversations that you had
Very
along with
good.
your wife with Officer Lang?
Yes.
Because it's not
Is it true that Officer Lang
coming up
asked
with all
you,
these lies.
asked you and your wife,
They
who
did
else was in the house that night, aside
that
from the
is
names already
weird
mentioned?
because they had to
And the
talk
names
about the
mentioned were
story
Brian Albert Jr.,
and get it straight
Caitlin
with
Albert.
each other.
Julie Nagel,
Why?
and Brian Higgins, quote, who was a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
The defense
what the
doesn't need
report
to
says, yes.
say
And then the
because
report goes
they
on to
were
say,
doing
they
bad
advised me that
things
their
or
daughter
because this guy
Caitlin
did
left
it.
the house
We just
around
need to make
12:15
the
a.m.
doubt
when she was
exist.
picked up by her boyfriend Mr. Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lang got it wrong?
Premeditated.
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer
You remember
Lang
that, but you
ask
don't.
you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. But if that's what Officer Lang recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes,
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night.
No.
So did both of
Okay,
you
I wanna-
conveniently forget that
I
Colin
want
was
to eat my
there?
food. But
Objection.
why didn't
I'll
they
let
say
them
that
say.
Colin was there?
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time
But-
that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified, you never saw him.
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave,
You?
and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right,
Ground floor of the house.
right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lang, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim Cade's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house,
But he was at the house.
talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes,
folks in the house,
yes. And
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert,
Was
the
there
question that
security
posed
cam?
to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
Mm.
But Colin's name was never mentioned, it was left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the
But
fact,
not
right?
to investigators
was at-
investigating the murder of John O'Keefe.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be hypothetical.
So, fine, hypotheticals, let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact, Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, let's just stick to the facts. Do we know when they got home? We know what time they left the bar. We have security footage of that. Do we know when they got home?
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More conversation.
Yes,
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot,
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
but he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, she did not leave at 12:15. Is that right?
She did not know.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
That's a fair question.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers
Wait, can we go back
who
and watch
discussed who was
his,
in the house
can we go back and watch his response to that
or
question?
thereafter, is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder,
How did that
when you were
response make you
spoken to
feel?
by the first two officers
And then the
who
reaction
discussed who was in the
after.
house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please.
Yeah, like
Sustained.
make a point and go. Make a
If
point
Colin
and
was
go.
gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Lee, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I agree. He did not want to answer that
On
question.
January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact
But
that
he
you were
had to.
interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jim McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time the state
It felt
police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about
like an
her
exhaustion, but it didn't
understanding of
feel like
what had
he
happened
was
the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
tired of trying to convince people.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jim
No.
McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jim McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jim McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jim McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jim McCabe's house, correct?
What do you, I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Why were you there?
So you had no official reason to be at Jim McCabe's house during an interview with Jim McCabe.
Objection.
No, y'all allow it.
No.
So, but before she gave her
That
statement,
last no sounded like it
You
should have
made
been the
sure that you
response
were
to, are you
right
trying
there
to,
to monitor that
not get your
interview
daughter wrapped up in
and
this?
exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you in her house when Jim McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jim McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
You usually know who's in your house. Colin. He made a great point right
We'll
there
get back to 34 Fairview if I could.
to the jury. The
In the
defense
early
attorney
morning
just
hours
made a
of
really
January
good point to
29th,
the jury.
Brian Higgins directly
You
followed
know
you
who's
into
in
the
your house, right?
after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me.
Did you
And
make,
then Brian Higgins.
sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab beer?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
More
What did
drinks.
you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
You know if Brian
we
had
just
another drink.
Kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
If he did, what would his reasoning be?
And you didn't go
Go to
upstairs,
the basement.
second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever, including that night specifically?
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes.
It's a German Shepherd named Chloe.
Yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it
Nicole
started
didn't.
barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So
It
your German
started
Shepherd,
barking?
probably a decent guard dog. She heard
Emphasizing
commotion
that
and people, she would bark.
Objection.
was great.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
It
So
started
just that
barking.
night, out of nowhere,
We
first time
emphasized
ever, Chloe starts barking
2-3
when people walk
times.
into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay, but she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why
Dehumanizing
she started barking
Brian.
was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
Yes.
So in
Because
that
we all love
instance,
our dogs.
On January
We all love our
29th,
pets.
in the early morning hours, she was barking
got rid of
because she heard
Chloe.
people.
Well, I can't say why
They
she was
called it
barking.
it.
Well, you did say why she was
They
barking.
let it
I
get
let
out
her
of
out to use the
the
bathroom, so I
back fence.
think that's probably why.
Except your testimony was
They
it
let
started
it
barking
fight
because it
people.
realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert.
We're
Do
dangerous
Okay.
humans.
you stand by those?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right? As
Yes.
a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right
Your
with
dog
the
is
people
it.
that were over, end quote, correct?
Does not
Yes.
please a jury.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog. No.
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2022.
whatever words we want to, rehomed, rehoused, whatever, but you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Nicole had the same fight. She was rehomed.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after.
It is very
the incident.
important.
Yes.
I too hope
Yes,
that
May.
she is having the most fun in
That's a family
Vermont.
pet that you had for 6 years or
As
7
a
years.
German
Approximately
Shepherd
6 or 7 years.
running
sure.
around,
Explanation just now for
playing,
having gotten rid of that dog is
chasing
because it
knees.
bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
Maybe she's got like
I believe 2
bruises or
women
something.
went to the hospital. Yes.
I hope so.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about
He's
John
trying to
O'Keefe's
get
injuries on his
to
arm, correct?
John's
Objection.
injuries on his
Allow that.
arms being
You
from
realize that?
Chloe.
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022,
Remember,
John
guys, we
O'Keefe
haven't
had
even
been
gone to any
prosecuted.
experts.
John
No
O'Keefe was
coroner
never in my
report.
house before or after that date.
certainly John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, or in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe.
No experts whatsoever. No like
Never met
actual constructionist.
Hypothetically, yes.
Nothing. We
I
haven't
want to ask you a couple of questions about your house.
We're in day 10.
Where are, I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from
Big
the
ass
street
house.
looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows,
Remember, Nicole did mention
visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
they
If you were
Couldn't
facing
really
the house, they would
afford it
be far
anymore.
left corner.
why?
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 start a set bedroom?
2.
He's a 30-year
With the
veteran
court's
with the
permission, could I
Boston
display
Police
Exhibit
Department.
66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on
That's
that?
lack of dog
on
parenting.
that television?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely
here?
lack
What
of
is
dog
that?
parenting. And it's
The
just
house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is
completely
a graphic
unnecessary.
representation, not a photograph. Do you see the
And it
windows
should be a
you just
crime.
described servicing your bedroom? On that,
the humans should be criminally
photograph?
charged when people's
graphic.
dogs
Yes.
bite other dogs or people.
Are they, right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the
Raylene,
right.
one
correct?
of our friends from
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but
Cool.
yeah.
Right, so
Rachel,
they're toward the left side of the
I think
house.
is
The
going
windows are,
through
yes. They asked about
her
the view.
dog being
Right.
bit by
So the
another
view's the whole
dog
front yard.
right
I'm just trying
now.
to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that time.
Closest to the incident.
Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows?
Just floating in the
closest part
middle
your
of the
bed be
room?
to those windows.
Maybe 5 feet? 6 feet?
You indicated that
Just
Nicole
floating?
came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the
I
dog?
really want like a circular bed.
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
I'd love to have like a circle bed.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little. Maybe this far?
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
Maybe this far?
Maybe.
Maybe. Because like directly in the middle of the room is not how beds are. You don't put beds there.
It's a relatively
You know,
quiet
that's
street
fair.
generally. Fairview.
Yes.
But it would be
Not an enormous
hilarious
amount
if
of
they
food
did.
No.
Not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Except for the train tracks behind the house.
Where were you at 6:03
Weird way to answer.
on the morning of January 29th,
I'm in
2020?
the middle of the
I
room.
was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives?
No.
Sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
Wait, do people really wear eye masks to bed?
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there now.
You've seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you
Liar.
aware that all of those
You've
vehicles
seen
had their engines
pictures.
on?
You've seen video. I know you
Are you aware
have.
that all the emergency
Probably
vehicles at
not.
least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a bunch of first responders outside their vehicles, traipsing around
The
your lawn?
curtains were pulled and our blinds
Was
were
I
shut,
aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
says Nicole.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
Why was Chloe not
I don't know that
barking?
for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection. I don't know.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this earlier that
I
day.
think the
you've
best
already
way for
indicated
John,
she was barking
when it
because she
comes
heard
to
people
this
and noises downstairs
line of
when you guys
questioning,
came in the house.
keep it
Yes.
at the same pace.
And
He
your
wants to like
explanation
speed up
is that you and,
and get to the
and
point.
Chloe, the German
At the
Shepherd,
same pace.
all slept through the entirety
It'll find
of
its
that
way.
commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear,
It's
you are a
great to
trained
get the jury's
first
attention
responder.
again
Yes.
because they might be
And
zoning.
during that entire event, after you were awakened,
But don't speed up too much.
all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door.
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens, how many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so, 6 feet.
We'd
6
have
feet.
measurements,
6 to
but we
8 feet,
never
maybe.
got a search warrant for the house. We'd have pictures. We never
What was
got a
the
search
basement
warrant
used
for
for?
the house.
In January of 2022.
We'd have more information
So
about
the
the house.
basement
Never had a
had
search
a
warrant for the
weight
house.
room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had
Was
been
there
damaged, or water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
Was there a
So
punching
part of the
bag
flooring
in the
had
weight
been ripped
room?
up,
Yes,
Practice your
and
punches.
that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down on concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like, what, barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights?
Yes.
Heavy bars?
Punching bag.
Yep.
Say punching bag.
Made from metal?
Yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the
Damn
way,
it.
there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
yes. Not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house,
Wow.
Objection.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Wow. I didn't think she was going to allow. Okay.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without
human
having
body?
to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that
Bulkhead
bulkhead
door.
come out?
It comes out to the backyard, right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video.
Interesting.
Just move on. Yes.
Basically he's saying it's not impossible, right? Let's build some doubt into this prosecution's case. It's not impossible for someone to have injured John, punched him, fought him, attempted murder on him, brought him out through the bulkhead door in the backyard near the kitchen, where the kitchen kind of looks out, take him around the
Mr.
side
Jackson,
of the
would you like to
house,
take a morning recess?
That'd be great. Good time.
and
Yes,
drop
thank
him in
you.
the snow.
All right, please.
They're going into morning recess, which I think is fantastic, and he was really energized with that. He's like, I would love to take a breather. We're just gonna skip right through,
All right, are we all squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
all squared away.
Mr. Albert, did
So
you speak with
basically,
the
they
attorney?
let me just pause it real fast.
Just my turn.
Basically, he handed out a theory to the jury that really puts a damper on the prosecution's case, in my opinion. I thought what he just did there was absolutely fantastic. He left the jury with a theory, not a conclusive answer, not a he definitely did it. It's not saying that Brian did it. It's not saying that the other Brian did it. It's not saying that Colin did it. It's not saying that those 2 random girls did it. It's not saying that Kate did it. It's not saying that all of them did it at the same time. It's not saying that Chloe also did it. He left him with a theory that it is possible for someone to have murdered John or brought him to the brink of death in the house, in the basement, brought him up through the bulkhead door into the backyard where you're going to have footsteps, I'm sure. Snow is being disrupted. Chloe was probably running around. I don't know about you, but I feel like the majority of dogs, once they get into some snow, they're kind of like, oh my gosh, the toy is falling down from the sky. We're having a good time. They kind of get the little what do they call it? The zoomies in the snow, right? Especially a German Shepherd who probably really enjoys the snow. Like, I think she would enjoy the snow. So she's running around. The snow would be disturbed, so it wouldn't be an issue. They go around the back of the house, the side of the house, and drop him off at the front near the fire hydrant and the flagpole where he was found. I think it's a great theory, and it leaves the front of the house in the snow undisturbed. I think that's great. That's great doubt. That is very clear doubt that I think the jury was just handed in a really great way.
Okay.
Will it be
Yes.
enough? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
Yes.
I would have to have this marked as next in order.
Hang on, you judge.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you.
I forgot my necklace today, and
Yes.
I still think it's on my body, and it's not, and it's gonna drive me crazy all day.
Do you see the what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there? That exhibit?
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there.
And I don't
You
think
see
we got
that?
any information from Lank.
Tell me that is-
I can't.
Let me highlight one more
Was
time.
it
Right
good?
there.
The other officer
Maybe it's
with
easier to
him.
look on
I don't
your
think we got any information that they went
Are
in the
you referring
backyard.
to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs.
Yes.
And that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, and at least in
I
that
wonder what this
photograph,
photo
it
is
was
from,
toward the house and would open up like a.
because it wasn't from a
sandwich or
search warrant.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
something. Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Assuming it's the same one. No objection.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at
I
the
love
video.
how, like,
and then
feisty they
try
get with
to
each other.
recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. Okay. Court permission?
Yes.
What rings does Karen have on? I want to see. I want to see her rings.
Pause. Do you
Oh,
recognize
that
what's
opens
depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
very easily.
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go to the video.
Well, of course, it's going to look different because everything changed after you moved out.
Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard?
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different.
Okay, so, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
Wait, this is like really crazy to see. We are doing our own view. Was this taken at the View? Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe before the View. Wow, look at that beautiful,
Did you recognize
Beautiful
what
house.
was depicted in the video?
beautiful yard, beautiful tree.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So
Very
the video
easy.
started at
We
the
have from the
bulkhead door,
back.
turned toward the fence, through the fence and right up toward. the
Maybe.
flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an
Because I know they were,
accurate representation
because
of the
the
layout
jury
of the
did
house
go
when
on
you
a
lived
view.
there on
So
January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
I'm
With the
sure the
exception of the
homeowner
bulkhead
was
door
probably
having
like,
replaced
do what you
the
gotta
basement
do.
floor.
Yes.
You know, everything's different, but do what you gotta do. Like, we
By the
want
way,
justice.
The
I
34
feel like the
Fairview house
majority
had
of
been
people
in your
want justice
family
for a slain
at
police
that time in
officer, right?
2022 for
So I think,
2 generations?
I'm sure the homeowner, if it's owned,
My parents built a house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are one
because they
generation,
made
you
changes
and your
before
family are
they
another
sold the
generation,
house,
2 generations.
I
Right.
believe.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than
I don't know if
50
there's a new
years, half a
homeowner or
century.
not.
That what?
It was the Albert home.
I think so. They said they sold it.
Yes.
The fact is, you
I'm
listed that
tired.
house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Abstain.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would
His
be,
wife
that would be
talked all about
pre-incident.
this.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
I know if I bought
Sustain the
the
question, you can ask it differently.
in the
Sure.
middle of a
All I'm
criminal
asking
case,
Is the timing, November of 2022,
I would be like
listing that
all about
house
it. I'd be
for
like,
sale
tell
for the
me
first
everything
time
you want.
in
You
November,
want this, you want this,
that
you
in your
want
mind,
this.
just a
Come here, come to
coincidence.
the house. Come on.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in
Doubt it.
2021, which was the
Did
few
they
months
have to
prior
disclose
to the
on this to
incident.
the new people? I wonder.
On January 28,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they
2022, you were
did.
still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
Also,
What was your
I'm
job
sure
title
if
in
they
January
looked up
2022?
the house,
Sergeant
like if
detective.
That means you
and
not only respond to incidents,
Fairview,
you
it would
actually
immediately
conduct
come up, probably
investigations
before
as a
they
detective,
do a
correct?
listing.
Yes,
would be
primarily fugitive
all of the shit
investigations.
that went
You have
on.
additional training
Because
in order
it
to hold
was
the title and hold the position
big
as a detective, is
news
that right?
in this
Yes.
town.
Not just a regular patrol
Big
officer,
news.
you have to have special training to get to the rank of detective, is that right?
Yes.
As a sergeant detective, that's above
You don't
a
know
regular
when the video
detective,
was
in-
taken.
indeed, because you're a supervising detective, is that right?
Yes.
You have
It was
experience in
definitely
experience
springtime.
in training
I don't
in order to
think it
hold
was
that position as a
very recent.
supervisor in the
I would
detective
probably
spot as
say
well.
Yes, there's civil service tests for the rank, but yes.
And you've
it was
investigated crimes,
definitely
I mean, I'm
after
guessing
they
just
left
a
the
ton of
house
different types of
because
crimes, including assaults,
the way he
manslaughters,
talked about the doors
homicides,
being
kidnappings,
changed,
things
it
of that
wasn't
nature.
like he
No.
You've
changed
never
the doors. He's like, yeah,
investigated
those are the
anything
new
like
doors we
No.
put on
So
before we
what's
sold
the,
it.
the
It's like, those are different
parameters
doors.
of your investigative skills as you
So
held
it
that
was
title as
probably
sergeant
during the new
detective?
So
homeowner.
my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes.
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
Yes.
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
Yes.
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
Right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes,
Find mouse.
yes.
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. To cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
No.
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
No, I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
No. Objection.
The answer stands.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
No.
Don't say
In other
training,
words,
have experience.
Fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
Sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
Things
But
like
you have
GPS
experience.
data and phone calls, text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes. Yes.
Sure. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on-the-job training and just have common
Thank you.
sense about how to go after
Thank
these
you.
type of.
He's using
type of evidence,
he's using
correct?
your very
Yes.
specific words against you.
So you had an
Formal
iPhone
training, completely
with a
different
number
than
ending
on the
in
job
0888 back in
experience.
January 2022, did you not?
Yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Ooh. Okay, so there must be some sort of predetermined allowance of questioning or whatnot when it comes to the phone and when it comes to officers trying to get the phone and the data. Now, if this person, if Brian Albert is using his phone, his one singular cellular device, and it has, I don't know, police information on it pertaining to other cases or intel or whatever, I already think that's a bad move. But let's just say, what if it would have been probably really difficult to gather his phone and get all the data off of it if he was technically using it as like a work phone as well, due to his job and what he did, right? Like what he was doing. But I think that's like your fault. If you decide to use your work phone and your personal phone as the same phone, then you just made a bad choice and you have to deal with the consequences. They're taking the jury out. And I guess looks like maybe they're going to voir dire him because there's probably information that she needs to know. She needs to know what's happening. She needs to know what's going on. All right.
If his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the courtroom.
May I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
May I step up for a moment?
And I am going,
All right. Let's see what's going on. I skipped a little too far. What's going to happen?
right, and I am going to see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the courtroom.
May I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
What's happening? Give me information. Did the defense trigger new characters unlocking? I feel like, oh my God, those binders. The nightmare. Wow. Oh. Okay, so the judge is leaving the stand. They're going to be back soon. Let me just...
Delbert,
Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
Delbert, you are currently represented by Mr. Hennig.
Yes.
Seat behind me, gentleman in the,
Yes.
in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure
Obviously.
the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so the question about the information on his phone and trying to get the information off of his phone triggered a voir dire because he probably had communications with his lawyer, which are private communications and to not be shared with anyone other than the lawyer and the client, unless like somehow approved by like both parties. But his legal representation is allowed to have private conversations with him and it not be leaked to the entire world. That is, it's your right. It's not a privilege. It is your right. So this is why I would assume we're getting the voir dire, because he wants to move into the cellular data, but the problem is there was probably communications with the lawyer on it. So the judge wants to kind of see where this is all going to go. And obviously it's going to get into Mr. Brian Albert hiring attorney. Why did you feel you needed to have an attorney? You weren't ever being investigated as a criminal. So we're going to get into all that.
Prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
prior to April of 2022 with the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving
When did
testimony?
you
in June
hire
of
your
2023?
lawyer?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Well, did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes. I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
So you did
Why
not
can't you
hire.
remember when you hired a lawyer?
You're all right. I think that answers the question. Not representative for you.
I'm going to see a sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
If he's just gonna stay on the stand, he can't remember. What point is this? What's the point? Are we just wasting time? What is going on? What do you mean I can't remember? You don't remember when you hired a freaking lawyer, dude? You don't remember when you hired a lawyer for the crime of the freaking century, my guy? What do you mean? What do you actually mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't remember when you hired a lawyer? Your lawyer, because you thought you needed a lawyer because you were getting subpoenas for testimony in the case that is tearing the city apart. You don't remember when did the bills start coming in? When did you start paying a lawyer? You went back and you looked through your testimony, you went back and you looked at this 20-second clip of a video, but you didn't look back and see when your first payment to a lawyer came out of your account. What do you mean you don't remember when you hired a lawyer? It was only 2 years ago. Was it before Christmas of 2022? Was it after Christmas of 2022? Was it before Christmas of 2023? Was it after Christmas of 2023? Was it this year? Was it the past 4 months? What do you mean? Give me more information. Give me more information. But you remember that Caitlin left the house at 1:45. I'm having a really hard time with what these people remember and what these people don't remember. I don't remember. You don't remember? You don't remember? Do you remember when you were tired? Do you remember do you remember anything?
Thank you.
What do you mean you don't remember when you hired a lawyer when there was a dead guy in your front lawn?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received, and I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, permission.
Yes.
I'm having a
Did you
hard
receive a letter
time.
that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following. Quote, you, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in
What?
any other capacity that you were
What?
not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Did your
Subsequent
lawyer tell you?
to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After,
I
Right,
don't
well-
want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lauer?
yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was it Mr. Lally alone or was it a conference call?
It was a
I'm
conference call.
having
Who else was on that conference call?
I'm
I
having a
believe
conniption right now.
Steve Nelson. and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
You remember the
That
other
conference.
people? Oh my God. You
I
remember
believe it was
people on the
somebody in the
conference
DA's
call?
office.
You
so
don't remember when you
either,
hired a fucking lawyer?
Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
Was
And
it a
what
secure
exactly
line?
did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
Yes, because a
And anything else?
cop died.
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week convenient. I don't have that phone anymore.
No,
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
no,
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
yes,
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
no. The phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts
Yes,
with
you
your doctor,
do.
personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir. But the phone
Sure, no
data
problem. I won't
is
destroy my new
destroyed for
phone.
all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
Yes,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it. You know the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over.
There's so
So-
much
That's a
more than
backup.
context.
I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Woo!
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally
I'm gonna
that you had gotten rid of
have
that
it.
phone.
Is
I
this
was
a
not asked
boomer
that, and I
moment?
didn't tell
Is
him
this a
that.
boomer
You felt like
moment?
if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer
Were you
to
an
Mr.
idiot?
Lally that you
That's
had
the
gotten rid of the
question.
very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I
A
don't believe I
lot of
did.
stuff
No.
transfers on cloud, but also a lot of stuff doesn't. Like you can choose the photos that will and won't be transferred on cloud. But also, is he just trying to play I'm a boomer and I don't know anything? What is technology?
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
I
No,
want to know.
I assume he doesn't have it.
Why would you assume that?
I want to know if you have a text message on a phone and you delete the text message, like the text thread, and then you mark your text to not transfer to your new phone, like through cloud. What if you have a new phone and the other phone is gone incinerated? Is your phone network still able to find, like, if you didn't switch, if you just like AT&T to AT&T, some kid at AT&T store, are they still able to find the text? Like, this is why, like, they shouldn't have to work this hard in the first place, because like if this was just an everyday Joe, just a normal ass person, I would probably give him the pass. Like, I'm sorry. I just saw it. I thought it was junk mail. I threw it away. I didn't even open it. I would get it. This is a 30-year veteran of the Boston Police Department. He finished out his career in the fugitive sector. He was chasing after literal fugitives of the law. And there's no way. You cannot play dumb on the stand. Or are you trying to tell me that you just you just faked it till you made it? So get at the AT&T. So he's absolutely hiding stuff. I have so many questions. I have so many questions.
Because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm
is
sure that the data's not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir, correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, no, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was under the
All right, I'm going to
impression
take
that
a short
nothing was
recess and we'll
ever
let this witness, if he
actually
chooses to
gone
have a few
over.
minutes.
Is that only for like browsing history or texts too? I don't know. I don't know about text messages. If you have it on one phone and you delete it and it's not part of like because you can choose all the things. Like when you're like, oh, I'm updating my phone, I'm getting a new phone. You can choose all the things that you want on your new phone. Like you don't have to transfer over your text messages. Is that just going to be gone forever? Can they still go like subpoena AT&T? Like how long does AT&T hold on to that data before they like, I don't know, burn those hard drives and start new? I don't know. I know that they hold on to them for a while. It's only been 2 years. I'm sure there was ways that they could have gotten every last bit of information from that original phone. But if they don't have an actual phone to work with, I feel like that's going to make a lot of the information that comes from the phone that they found through like subpoenas and paperwork and all that stuff almost like really hard to get admissible in the court of law because it didn't come from the actual phone. So it's like a third party moment of data. So I don't know. That might be the problem there, is that if it didn't come directly from the phone, it can't be like a reliable source. You know, if they didn't take the actual phone and just download every bit of information through Celebrate and get every little bit of data possible and go through it like a fine-tooth comb, is it the actual information from the phone? I don't know. All I know is he's an idiot and I don't like the man. And he's bald. He probably can't help that. But he could help not being a boomer. You know. I mean, why would you think they didn't want to look through your phone?
All right.
I mean, to be fair, he
Please,
didn't get a
please.
search warrant for the house. So he probably thought they don't care about my phone. They don't care about my phone data. Guilty of being bald, $25 without the possibility of parole.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
All right, Mr. Jackson, let's crush this.
Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that.
I just want to say to anyone who's confused, why are they asking the same questions again? The jury was not in the room. They were doing a voir dire. That was for the series of questions, the information they were trying to get out of this person to be approved by the court. It has been approved by the court. The jury has now come back in and they have to do it all over again. So we got like a little preview.
Phone and all its
Now he
data.
gets to look like an idiot to us
088.
again and in front of the
right?
jury.
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case, number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue.
And to be fair,
You received that
him
notice on
not
either the
saving his
23rd
phone,
or the
handing his
24th.
phone
I
over,
did not.
whatever,
Your Honor, I would
may not be a
pose
make it or break it in the
stipulation
case.
off
What
the
is
record,
it?
if I may.
Make it or break it in him being.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
It's going to make him look not reliable. He's not a reliable person. He's not a reliable cop. He's not a reliable witness. He doesn't remember he doesn't remember the big things, but he remembers the little things. He doesn't remember if, he was punching around with his friend, blah, 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 that he spent days with. Why is my hair separated? He doesn't remember this thing, right? He doesn't remember this thing, but he remembers all the little people that were on the Zoom call, right? He doesn't remember when he got a lawyer. He doesn't remember when he got a lawyer. He doesn't remember when he got a lawyer, but he also doesn't remember when he got a letter telling him not to delete any data on his phone. I never said you can't get a new phone. Honestly, you can get a new phone. Just don't touch your old phone. Get a new phone, get a new number, get a new life. You're probably going to want it. You're probably going to need it. Everyone's going to be bombarding you. But don't do anything to your old phone. Might as well just hand it in. Go get a new phone.
Madam, yes, I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some
Yes.
point, I was made aware of that, yes.
Let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
I
Yes.
feel like I heard a gasp
Another way to say that is
from the
you traded
jury.
your phone in
Like-
and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it, yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
2022.
I believe so. I can't be sure the exact date.
So
In
according to
2022.
you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved.
Rephrase the question, please?
Yeah.
This order was just
Okay.
stipulated, this order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of
remember
the
the
data
date-
on that phone would
Oh,
be
you
factory
don't
reset
remember.
and
You
destroyed.
hired a lawyer.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
The physical phone
Correct, that it becomes
holds
a brick?
information of
I
when it
don't know.
was.
Effectively a brick. There is no data
You're
left
not.
on the phone. I'm not
It's like
talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
that
And you're
data
aware that the very
transfers.
data that you were ordered
Like,
to preserve
you can
would have been
drop the phone.
destroyed, according to you, the day before.
I don't think it'll transfer to the new phone. I think
Correct.
there's a good chunk of data. that will
Rephrase your
not
question or
transfer.
ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid
What?
of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
So
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th? Could have been the 25th?
No.
So you're absolutely
this
sure
is
that
overstimulating.
you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved.
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your
That's
testimony,
cute.
correct?
Yes.
I like to say hours instead of the day before.
Is that just a coincidence?
Minimize the time. Make it.
September
make it
4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did not just say happy birthday.
You were asked at another hearing
What an asshole. Happy
in
birthday.
June of 2023
Happy birthday.
that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. Remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days,
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it? Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Look at him in the eye. Yeah. Just a quinky dink. So many coincidences. We talked about this last week. So many coincidences happening in this case. A lot of coincidences. A lot of coincidences.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You told,
Did
you testified at the other hearing in
on
June
the same day?
2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time.
Okay. Just
that they were
answer the
asking that
question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
When you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones, when do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the
Right.
fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir.
You're
Correct.
so itchy.
Correct that that's what you read?
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
You also don't remember
I'm
when
gonna get
you
over to you.
got
I
a
don't care when
lawyer.
it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
We may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears.
That sigh. I wish that was in the voir dire.
Before I
but-
shift gears,
It wasn't. I think it
You're
would have been
Brian Higgins
outside the
also got
scope,
rid of his
but
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your
It's
answer,
really, it's
answer my
really
question.
fun.
As you sit here,
So fun.
you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point, Brian Hicks,
Yes or no, Mr. Howard?
Yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes or
Yes.
no? Brian Higgins got rid of his phone
Now I'd
too?
like to shift gears. I'm talking a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come
Wow,
into your
Lee,
home at
isn't that
34 Fairview on
good?
January 29th?
yes,
Cops not knowing how to
Michael
do
Proctor?
shit. God damn.
Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Oh my God.
Presume for purposes of my
I
question
can't remember.
that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your
Does
wife.
no one keep
Then
journals?
he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
Yes.
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
Oh.
You're aware there's a
I
TV
hate
show
this.
called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Wait,
Objection.
I'm sorry. We gotta go
Do you think-
back.
You're aware
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
He should be because he was on TV
Do you think the
too.
first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
About
Objection.
fugitives.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes,
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
no, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Did an
Comment.
investigator or forensics team
Comments.
ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
Lawyers are just supposed to
Did
ask
an
questions.
investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No,
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
no,
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
yes,
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
yes,
You're a combat veteran?
yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years?
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes,
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
no.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes,
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets.
Great.
Ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, right?
yes,
And that might include fighting.
it could, yes.
Defensively.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained.
That was a
And
great
techniques
line of
like-
questioning for the jury.
Have I boxed before? Yes,
And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
you'd have to rephrase it.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
I mean, I've hit a heavy bag.
Right.
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
No comment.
In fact, your boxing skills were featured in the TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, come on, let's
No.
talk about it.
You were, in fact, no.
That they were featured in a show, no.
You were never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match, no.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking, is there a TV show that have showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes,
I'm asking you that now. I apologize.
All
My,
right.
my questions are somewhat inartful.
yes,
You understand the question now?
yes,
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television.
He was
In a
on
boxing.
television. He was
Yes,
on the
fine.
show.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Stop. If it's
there's a
that
clip
video,
Starting at
this is
time of
fun.
day 11:40 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half.
I thought it was from the show. I think it's from the bar. I really wanted it to be from the show. And it's like fugitive unit or something like that. I wrote it down in my notes the first time it came up. I told you I went into this not knowing a lot. I didn't know a lot going into this, and I am learning a lot now, just like the jury. Look
You
at
see
them.
the two men
Yeah.
in the foreground?
Yes,
Who are those two men?
looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
You know damn well it is.
Sorry.
This guy is frustrating me. I'm frustrated. I am frustrated. I'm not frustrated. I'm frustrated. I know it's not a word, but it's just like there's so. He's doing a good job at trying to skirt around the answers, like Katie McLaughlin. Yep. And that other guy. But they're not letting him out this time like they did with all the other witnesses, where they kind of just gave up in the hopes of time and better witnesses. They're not giving up on Brian. He
I got
is
one more
too
take play, but I have a couple questions.
important.
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes,
Have you seen that before?
part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
Just showed you the clip and?
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, you've given him an
Yeah, I'm,
explanation for it.
right, I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right,
Just fooling around.
yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay.
sparring,
Describe
play
physically
fighting.
what you were doing in the video.
Sparring, play
Um,
fighting.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a
Fighting.
second, yes.
And what did Brian Higgins do? You got into a fighting stance.
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing. We
Got into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? Tell you talking.
yeah, I don't know what we were talking
Don't
about. We were just
remember.
being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no,
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both
Right,
of you were in fighting stances.
Serious or
against each other,
not?
correct?
What
Yeah, for
were
a
you
second or
talking
two.
about?
And
Yeah, remember?
Mr. Higgins saw him bob his head and then start walking toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes,
And then you got down, pulled your pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
that would never, that's indicating being silly. That,
Okay. And
that's
then at
not-
some point, while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day,
He's
11:55
trying very
and
hard
51 seconds.
to skirt
I'm sorry,
around it.
11:54 and 52 seconds.
But I don't know. Am I on the defensive side for this one? They are play fighting. They're not training. They're not. They're drunk in a bar. I don't want to say boys being
Okay, there's
boys,
several
but idiots being
individuals
idiots.
around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this.
Yeah, I don't know. I know where he wants to go. You guys were practicing for the big night, right?
Oh, see
Idiot.
what you just did?
Yes.
What'd you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No,
Is
I
that a
don't think.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go ahead.
Any sense of the word past. I mean, like, they're moving tables, they're causing a ruckus, chairs are being pushed aside. It looks like, at first I thought he was giving him the Heimlich.
Sorry. You see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I don't know.
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
What are
Yeah,
you
I don't know if
guys
it made
laughing
contact or
about?
not,
Like,
but-
how did this happen?
Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
Right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't,
you that he's
Let him
fighting
finish the
like,
question.
or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around just like I was.
But if a grown
Take it
man
down to the
walks up
lights
to you,
on.
grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What
I
is your
think
question?
you just have
In other words,
different
it looks
friends.
like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I'd see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends. And we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, but just a little bit longer.
He's not asking questions that's going to get him to say we're practicing. Or was the heel turning where they're at one minute friends and then enemies?
Can you take that down?
They are
You see
very
the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that
They're
you
very
two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you.
imitating
Yes,
fighting.
correct.
I think he's laying too much
that video,
on
yes.
this.
And is there another video? Do
Well, no,
I
I just
think
don't
the
know what everybody
jury's
else was doing
Getting
in the bar.
annoyed
you
with
remember
that.
anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or?
I don't remember.
Nicole get into a scrap with someone?
No.
That's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the
You got it
morning
up there.
of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
There was
You have a nightstand?
Chloe.
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
Okay,
So
not charging in the
your testimony is
kitchen
that
like
you
that
get
other
in
guy.
bed After being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids. And, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
What he thinks he's doing.
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
I
You
the phone being
remember
on the bed.
the
There's a
phone.
specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone in the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you
but
have.
I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
Don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road
Okay,
trip most of the day.
stop, pause, shut up. Brian, shut up. And my glasses are in bed with me. They're getting crushed. Yes, I don't understand the whole glasses in bed. Just put them on the nightstand right next to you, you know? Like, unless you're a flailer, then, you know, in bed, nightstand, floor, wherever they're going to be, they could be crushed. But the whole phone thing, I remember, oops.
Yes.
I touched my earbud. I remember that my phone was in bed with me that night. I don't remember the battery, but that night I remember that the phone was in bed with me, but I don't remember the day I hired a lawyer. Stop. Stop right now. It's not making sense. Like, I don't understand. It's not clicking to me what he remembers and why he remembers the certain things that he's saying that he remembers. I'm having a hard time with it. Like, I'm having a hard time with what he remembers and what he's not remembering. Also,
You've
the
been out
glasses
of
in
bars that
bed.
night, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
It was
When you
probably
got
fully
home,
charged. They
clearly
drove
put your
back
phone
from
on
New York
charger.
City.
But I did not.
So if your kids need to get a hold of you,
I'm probably charged in the
why would
car.
your phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes,
Got it.
Gross.
Your phone have a ringer on it?
it does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah. Depends on you. Just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Let's talk about
Objection.
routine.
Can you answer that?
Let's talk about routine. Before I pass out, my phone is on the charger. I turn my ringer on, and my alarm is set. Anyone else? Like, what do you? If he doesn't have to get up to go to work tomorrow, then I understand not having the ringer on. I understand not having an alarm set. I understand not really necessarily having to charge. Say it's at like 40%. It'll probably get through the night just fine. Unless it's like 8 years old, then what are you doing? I don't know. My phone is always charging at night. My ringer is on and my alarm is set.
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All
I
right, so that's the same. That's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right.
Yeah, he's
What
getting a
else
little
is in
too
the bed with you?
comfortable.
Your keys, your wallet, any
He's
other
getting a little
items?
too comfortable.
No.
Just the phone and your glasses.
Yes.
And Nicole's phone,
Act right.
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
You want the jury and the
Usually, yes.
judge on your
What
side.
about that
What are
night?
you doing?
Yes.
Oh,
So
that
did
was
you make
a
any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45
voice
a.m. and
thing that
6:30 a.m.?
happened.
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What?
What time?
What?
I don't recall the exact time.
Wait, what happened?
Phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
2:22.
Did
Called
you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m.
I don't
and
remember
6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
why.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's
I'm
kinda
gonna
like a
need more
butt dial.
information.
I don't like about that. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
What? So you're
as a matter of fact, you've been asked this
what?
question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes,
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
yes,
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
yes,
And in that hearing, you said, quote, "I'm not totally sure." Similar to what you just said here.
yes,
Okay.
Then here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
yes,
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
yes,
That was in July of 2023, correct?
yes,
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time.
Ooh.
And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
You know, we're
I
I
getting
think I
dirty.
said there was
Nasty.
a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So
You're
I didn't
freaky?
say that, no.
And you were
What
all
you
up
said
on your
was
phone in the
You
middle of
were
the
in an
bed.
intimate situation
Oh,
with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Because I don't
Is it your testimony, let me
remember.
just ask, is it your testimony that you and your wife
I
were in
don't
the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sister.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly.
That's hilarious. If that's true, that's hilarious. I'm sorry. That's so funny. I'm sure he doesn't like that being aired out on court TV, but
Yes.
that's hilarious. Reason number one as to why not to have your phone in the middle of the bed. If you're getting freaky, you're all
Sorry,
up
just to
on those
find out,
phones.
just
You're not
refresh
knowing
your
what they're
recollection. Look at
doing.
lines 11 through 13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
Ew, with the dog in the room?
Yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that?
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
it does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing you indicated that at
This is
or around
mess.
the 2:22 time
This
frame,
trial
you
is
and
a
your wife were
bit
in
of
bed
a
together in
mess.
an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Did you get like a text message back from Brian Higgins? Like, oh, bro, you good? Like, did you get like any sort of message coming back? Like, hey, I think you butt dialed me. Don't worry, I hung up ASAP.
May I
You know,
approach
like
briefly, Your Honor?
anything?
Yes.
Especially if you're
Well,
best of buds.
With the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I did not even. I'll show it to you.
Interesting. Come on.
2 pages worth of documents. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. You don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before. Yes, I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right. And you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes,
0888. That's a great number.
And these are call records from January 29th
yes,
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length. And that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone and somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Yeah, 22 seconds.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
I don't know. I don't know that to be
You
a
missed
fact.
the
I just
call.
know
You
I didn't
didn't
answer
answer
the
the
phone call. I missed the call. Yes.
Ah!
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
You missed the call.
Did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What do you mean?
Right.
And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back
Why are
and
you
you didn't
fighting?
answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? If your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and so no, I don't
Can
know
you
that to be
see?
true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call.
Can you see the red alert on my
If I
phone?
were to go back and look at
I have missed
my
calls.
incoming calls, it would probably say missed call. Yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone.
Because
correct?
you got
Objection.
rid of the phone.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it. Yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
You know, remember, you just know that he
Suggested that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial.
I didn't
You
like
went to
that.
bed and you closed and your phone was, you closed and
I
locked your
don't
phone,
like
correct?
I
Yes.
don't like that.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's
Face
not in
ID.
use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a
Or the
call,
passcode.
once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap.
When did
On the
Face
phone
ID
app,
first start?
in
Because
order
he's
to
been
open
on his
up
phone
the
for
phone
a
app,
few
correct?
years. And this was in 2022 that he changed his phone.
Yes. I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a
No,
contact,
and
that
keypad.
opens up the
Or
contact page.
what about
the contact
keypad?
app,
You
right?
can dial the number
Think of
in.
that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're
I'm not
options.
liking this line of
Yes.
You can
questioning.
either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that.
I'm
did you?
looking at 5.
If you
Favorites,
tap
recents,
favorites,
contacts,
you have
keypad, or
favorites listed. There's a
voicemail. You
list
can
of
always just
favorites.
click
Scroll
the
through and tap the
voicemail
one that you want
call
to call,
back.
correct?
I'm not liking this.
I think so. Yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contacts in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiate, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
He's
Are
not
you
an
saying
expert.
that
He's
from
not
your
a cell
closed
phone
and locked
expert. He's
phone,
not a cell
you
phone
can
data
tap
expert.
your
He's not
phone
an
one
expert at
time.
all.
And that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying.
You could ask Theory.
Brian Higgins.
I don't know.
2:22 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
He
So
needs
if
to
you-
move on.
Okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well,
here.
you are because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
Because we
Neither
don't
one
have
of
your
us is trying to
phone.
guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
The
Yeah, how many
comment.
supports was that?
Yep, she's no comments. This has been too many side comments, too many exhales, too much happening other than direct questions. Just ask questions. Enough with the comments. You're pissing me off. You're pissing me off. You're pissing the jury off. You're taking a lot of time here. And she admonished them very quickly. Enough with the side. Move on.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And
I don't know.
17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
We know he didn't answer the call.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian
I
Higgins?
don't.
I don't need to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You'd agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes, but Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of
Right, 'cause
elimination, Nicole
Chloe's
didn't
an
answer
it.
that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who
Chloe,
had
the
to have answered
non-human.
the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your
One or
testimony
two more
is
questions.
you could have
One
answered
more
the call,
question.
correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were
That's
also
not-
asked, after
we
being
believe-
confronted with these records,
We believe you.
yes, I could
The
have talked
prior
to
hearing, he
Mr.
said
Higgins,
that.
correct?
We believe you.
I
But
don't-
right now,
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Please move
Did you
on.
have any conversation with Brian
This
Higgins
jury needs a snack.
about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
I
Did
mean,
the two
I
of
told you last
agree
night. Why?
that you were going to both
Why?
say
Sorry
those
about
calls were butt
that.
dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone. You're aware of that as well.
Yes.
By the way, you indicated that you were
And neither
awakened in the
returned your
morning by
phones
Jim
over?
McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
It's just embarrassing. Like, you should
Is
be
it true
embarrassed
that
if you
you
didn't turn your phones over. You should have just
grabbed
been
your
like,
phone
let
and
me go
called-
get a new phone. Take
They
my
called at
phone.
7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
You know how good it would have looked
Sorry, that was
If
my question.
they
After you
handed their
awakened, you
phones over
called.
before they were asked for
Right.
them.
Started making calls.
They're like, here, take my
Right.
phone.
My
I'll
question
get
is,
another
what was
one.
the first call you made?
There's nothing on
At
there.
7:20.
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
All right. He's already
At
reading it.
7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes,
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
yes,
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
yes,
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house.
Both of them
We
are
were
right
out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes,
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
yes,
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m., spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
yes,
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
yes,
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
he didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes,
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
yes,
We had that
Jim
many
McCabe called you back
send me
at
spiraling.
12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
yes,
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
yes,
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. timeframe.
And I'd put $5 on the
Trying
fact
to
he
find
doesn't remember a single one of these phone
Take
calls.
your time.
Doesn't remember a single one. Not a one. Doesn't remember. I don't remember what. I don't remember.
What
I
time are
don't
you referring to?
remember.
3:24 p.m.
There were so many phone calls I don't remember. Great excuse. It's just not a
I
good
see it,
look.
yes,
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. Speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
yes,
Well,
And then
what about it?
the
Off
third one
at
on
this
that page,
point.
you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. Spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Damn. How much
Yes.
phone battery?
Turn
What did
back
you
to
charge your
call logs.
phone?
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
How long
Yes.
does your battery last?
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
yes,
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
yes,
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
yes,
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
yes,
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls, no.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was
wondered.
distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There were a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr.
What
Albert,
happened on your
those
lawn?
many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
We're going to interrupt you, juror. We're going to send the jury out. Jurors, actually, why don't we take the license? I'll see counsel inside now.
All right, please.
What just happened?
Absolutely not.
Were those many calls an
We're
effort?
going to interrupt you, juror. We're going to send the jury out.
Were those many calls an
We're
effort?
going to interrupt you, juror. We're going to send the jury out. Jurors, actually, why don't we take the license? I'll see counsel inside now.
Okay. All right. I don't know exactly what happened. That's not a happy face. I don't think she's really vibing right now with how long this is taking. I don't know if she thought this was going to take this long. Karen, you got water in there or something? Would you? No, she don't know what's going on either. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know what the judge is thinking right now or saying.
All right, so we'll have the lunch.
She never asks you.
All right, so we'll have the lunch and recess then.
All right, let's see.
You are muted.
Okay, so they are going on lunch. I'm gonna skip through, then I gotta go run and do a thing or two. But I'm gonna be listening.
I had a couple of questions left.
unmuted.
We would-
Okay, but I'll be listening. And I'll just be back in, I don't know, a few-ish minutes. I have to go pee. But I want to get this back up.
Thank you. Please be seated. Put it back in the
You are muted.
So, Mr. Jackson, if I had realized that you only had a couple of questions left,
unmuted.
we would not have taken the break when we did. So,
Aw.
May I proceed?
please.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicated.
I wanna hear the
you got
end of
rid
this
your
crap.
phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that, on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case? It was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you aware that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Let me ask you a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation you and I had concerning statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to in the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Albert,
Okay,
the
I'll be
highlighted
back.
portion of that transcript, if you just take a look at that and when you finish reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I got.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows, question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memory is refreshed.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were those phone calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how you were going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustain.
Have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes,
You were there with friends and family, is that correct?
yes.
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th, in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
Yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asking questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, and that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty. And that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was.
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what if any kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what if any security or what if, was it open, was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the metal thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what if any other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information, are you familiar with, being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include texts?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
Close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your house, where you used to live, 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation with your wife.
It may not have been.
With reference to the call logs, the phone records that you were shown, best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, you were discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
Can I have one moment here?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in. And I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I have nothing further on.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So we talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's two.
you brought up the fact that you had that cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office, and now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that that cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours. And the conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something. So
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony.
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect.
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily. Just
Ask you about whether or not you had that cell reception in the house?
no.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for us to get, for the defense to get access to your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, call Brian Albert Jr. to the stand.
Okay.
Brian's son, Ryan and Nicole's son, is coming to the stand.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the papers that were left up there with the last witness, I don't think are marked as anything. I just
Okay.
returned them to counsel.
Yeah, step right up here. I'll just. May stand in the face of the court.
Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
I believe since I think it's about a year, since last May.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before?
I lived in Canton,
And where specifically in Canton?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are you now, sir?
I'm 25.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton,
Mhm.
if anyone do live there?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
And by your parents, your father's name is Brian Albert as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now, you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
And how long have you been doing that?
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the time frame of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that specific time frame?
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, do you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
And with respect to 28th or the 29th, what, if any, significance do those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously. So I had a few friends over for my birthday.
And do you recall how old you were turning on the 29th of 2022?
That was what, 2 years ago? So I'd be 23, I think. Yeah, 23.
Now, in the week leading up to
He's
that
anxious and
weekend,
nervous.
what, if any, plans did
He's
you
nervous.
have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of the birthday?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So
Me too.
my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how they always say it's going to snow and it never does. So then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
You know how they say it's always going
And that
to
particular
snow and it
evening
never
of
does.
January 28th.
So fair.
Yeah.
At some point, people came over your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that the friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
And who were the first of your friend group that came to your house that night?
The first two were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levinson.
And Julie's last name is?
Nagel.
And with respect to them coming over to your house, was there anybody else from your household, your family, or anybody else that was present when Sarah and Julie stopped by?
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
You know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if anyone, she was going there with?
Yes, she got picked up by my Aunt Julie.
Now, Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel, how long have you known them?
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior. So probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years.
Old
Okay,
lady.
between there.
And when they came over your house, what was it that you did?
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music. We ate some food. I think we played some card games. Just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this
Party.
evening, did yourself and your guests, did you also have some
Not
alcohol?
just like,
No, yeah, people were drinking. Yeah.
oh,
Recall, generally
fed
speaking,
to
what
the
people were drinking?
jury.
Mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
Now, you mentioned that some other friends came about a half
Winston
hour or so
decisions,
after
yeah.
Julie and Sarah arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
They are.
Yeah, to
do
be
you want their phone names
fair.
or?
Please.
Okay. They are Catherine
To
Duty.
be fair, I mean,
Catherine
he's a
Duty,
young guy.
Trying to think. Emily Fabiano.
Now
Courtney
us,
Alba.
Ray, would be like, decisions, we're not
I
gonna.
think that's it.
We're
That I
saying
can
no.
recall as I sit here.
No matter
And with
what.
respect to
But
those other friends,
10 years
how did you
ago,
know
we'd
them?
be
How
like,
long?
I knew everyone from school. We all went to high school
Figure
together.
out
So
where we're going.
the other ones were in my grade. So we were closer friends because they were in my grade. So I've known them for a long time.
And just to be clear, when you say from school, you're talking about high school?
High school, yes.
You went to Canton High School, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now,
hi.
with respect to having your friends over your house, where sort of within the house were you also hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out probably, I would say, and mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the
Best
kitchen
place
or the
to hang
dining room.
out.
And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
And the family room area, is that visible from the kitchen and dining room area?
There's a wall, but there is a doorway, door frame. So you can't see all of the family room, but you can see a good amount of it, yeah.
And as far as each of your respective friends that you were testifying from over your house that night, do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I don't know. None of them drove. I know that. So I would assume that they got dropped off by someone, but I don't know who.
So there wasn't like a pile of cars like out in front of your house at any point during the evening?
No, there wasn't.
Uber,
Now-
Lyft.
Later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by the house?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And then my mom and my dad and them came back from the waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
Also, remember,
Now, with
2022, we were
respect to
still
your
kind of in
cousin,
pandemic
Colin, his
mode.
last name is Albert as well.
Yes.
How is he related to
He is my first cousin. He's my dad's brother's son.
you? And his father was
But I don't
Chris
think the
Browder, is that
pandemic
correct?
put a
Yes.
damper on
Is
any
he
of
older,
these
younger?
people.
Is Colin younger than me?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
About how old was Colin around this time?
Maybe 17, I think.
Was he in high school around this time?
I would assume so, yes.
And if you recall,
Yes.
how was it sort of that Colin came
Yeah.
over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how I don't know how he knew that I was at my house. But at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
I didn't like that. I
And
don't know how
with
he
regard to
knew
earlier
I was
your
at
house,
my
when you
house.
indicated that your mother went out to the waterfall. She went out with Julia, correct? And that's your aunt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I asked you about 3 different questions.
No, it's all right.
As far as
Big
Colin
compound
is
there.
concerned, Julia is Colin's mother.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by the house?
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
And as far as the other people at the house, the women that you had over, did Colin know any of them that you knew of?
Yeah, Colin knew some of them just from being in the same town. And Colin's older brother is just 1 year older than me. So Colin's brother is in some of the greatest of the girls that were there. So that's how we knew them.
And just to be clear, Colin's older brother is also named Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And
That's an incredible mustache, though. To be fair,
now
like,
when
you gotta
Colin
give
came
it.
over to the house, as
That
far as
mustache is
the things that you were
incredible.
describing before, as far as hanging out, is that essentially what continued after Colin's arrival?
Yeah, he was just another addition. We just were continuing to do the same stuff, hanging out.
Now, with respect to within the home, you've mentioned sort of the kitchen, the dining area, and family room. Were there any other areas of the house that anybody went to during the course of the evening?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a bathroom, but it's just off the kitchen. So I assume it's the bathroom. But that's really it. We didn't go anywhere else than the first floor area.
So mainly in the first floor, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anybody at any time go down the basement?
No.
Did you see anybody at any time go upstairs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You mentioned that at some points, your parents and some people that were at the waterfall came to your house. Is that right?
Yeah. So first a group of my friends had left my house. And I think that was probably around, they were only there for a few minutes while Colin was there. So I would say probably around 11:10. A few select people left the house to go home. So at that point, it was just me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight. I would say maybe 12:05, 12:10-ish in that area.
And just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your house?
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off.
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, or similar to the other people that you were
I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from the waterfall?
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlin, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that evening of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr. Higgins arrived, in relation to that, when did Colin leave?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Allie's picking me up." And so I knew who Allie was because she's my cousin.
And what is Allie's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
She's Colin Albert's cousin?
She's not Colin's cousin. No, she's my cousin on my mom's side.
And so Colin would be your cousin on your father's side?
Yes.
And following your father, your mother, your sister, and Mr. Higgins' arrival at the home, where did they sort of congregate within the home?
In the same area that we were in the dining room, in the kitchen area. My mom got home and I know she went right to cleaning because she likes to clean. So she was in the kitchen picking up.
I don't know if she likes to
and,
clean.
Yeah, we were all just in that one area.
I think it's just that
And
no one else was
following
going to do it.
Their arrival back at the home, who, if anyone else, showed up at your home that particular evening?
And then I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
Your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
I don't like that.
And was that,
DJ.
their arrival, was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the alley
The
that
time
Colin
frame
picked up
is
by,
all
what, if any,
backed
relationship
up.
does she have to your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Feels very much decided on by a few people.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as, when was it that the last person didn't live at your house on Fairview Road? When was it that the last person left?
The last, I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time. Well, the last people to leave were Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess. I don't know.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlin, was actually,
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like with sibling. So she didn't live in the house, so she was the last person to leave.
and prior to her leaving is when your Auntie JJ and Uncle Matt. And
Yes. Yeah.
so with respect to after your
He's so
Aunt
nervous.
JJ and your Uncle Matt.
I would be
came
too,
by
but-
the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were aware
No one.
of? Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them. No.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house. Yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to the front area of the house?
Yeah. So at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up, and someone made a comment saying, "Oh no."
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went
It's
outside
hard.
to talk to her brother, and so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how was it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there, so I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you looked through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe, and that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house, and then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish, and that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from sort of a group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, could you observe near a window or a door that was looking on that?
I believe my Uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize and what you thought was Julie Nagel's brother Ryan's truck, was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
And as far as the weather, when you looked outside, what, if anything, did you know about the weather?
It was definitely snowing. I wouldn't know how many inches, but I would say an inch or two of snow at that point.
Now, with regard to being out in front of your house, those two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing, going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side of the vehicle?
That would have been the passenger side.
And that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were out in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything, no.
And as far as looking out the window and seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked out one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie, if you know about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw it?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way, it went down that way, towards the flagpole.
So closer to there's an area in the front of your yard where there's flagpoles, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as far as when it moved, as far as the weather and the snow was concerned, could you see anything in relation to the roadway and behind the SUV as it wanted to move from that initial position to the following falling position by the flagpole?
Yeah, I had noticed just some tracks in the snow, indicating that the car had moved up.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends Julie and Sarah that were still at the house when people from the waterfall came home, do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt JJ McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
And do you have any idea about what time that was?
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your sister, Caitlin, who you indicated was the last person to leave the home that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the following morning. At some point you go to bed. Do you know about what time it was this much better?
I would say, I don't know, late 1, early 2 o'clock in the morning.
And your bedroom is in the second floor of the house? Is that
Yes, it is.
And with respect to how many bedrooms are up on the top floor? Or what?
4, I believe.
And with respect to your bedroom, where was that in relation to the layout of the house?
My bedroom would have been the middle back of the house. So I had 2 windows, but they were in the backyard of the house. So the middle with the backside.
So the 2 windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to you waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
And without anything specifically that you talked about, following that conversation, where did you go?
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
When you came downstairs into the main first floor area of the house, who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad, my auntie Jen, and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that
Auntie
area?
Jen. Just
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You said the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And
What
that
did you do
second or
when you went
subsequent
back
time
up
that
to your
came
room?
downstairs that morning to know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Julie?
Oh, yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me 6.
To be fair, everyone
6
likes donuts.
in a box and a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
Who doesn't like donuts?
And did you get those as far as the donuts?
Nobody
and the
judge
card
him on
and
liking
everything
donuts.
At some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already. So I had known that she had come by and dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
Everyone likes donuts.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know how I'm feeling about this. I don't know how I'm feeling. What happened between the first time you went downstairs and the second time you went downstairs? Where did Colin go?
4 photographs. I just asked you to look at those yourself.
Okay.
No one saw Colin. We already went through the time issues with Colin coming back home. And all
And
of
just
that.
generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, this is my old residence.
Old residence at 34 Chatty Juror, is that correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like around that time?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next board exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
When the judge put the kibosh on the insane amount of randomness when it comes to the evidence numbers, it does slow down the day a wee bit
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
with the
Just-
court order.
Not the- hold on.
It's in the goodness for the jury when it comes to deliberation.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that those three photographs be published in succession.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have, I believe it's 2596. Sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you? I believe it should be exhibit 71 probably.
Yes, that's the same.
And again, just for the record, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
Now, before I get into the photograph, there is one question that I need to ask as far as with respect to the sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening.
Mhm.
How would you describe sort of from when your friends were there to the time that the folks came back from the waterfall? How was sort of the mood within that?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any
This
fights and arguing, any
is where
tension, anything else that you noted?
Ryan's
No, with regard to that.
dad
not
and
at all.
mom's bedroom was,
And
And down
I believe there
here,
should be a laser pointer on the
this
desk in
way,
front of you.
is where everything
Yeah.
I'll ask
happened.
you a question about it with respect to pictures.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the front area of your house,
Mhm.
at 34 Fairview Road when you live there, there's basically two doors on the front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And,
If you're new here, my
you
name's
could
Lily.
just,
I'm not a
use
lawyer.
that
Feel
as a
free to
point of direct
subscribe.
jury's attention. Where in the photograph you observe each of those two?
Okay. So this would be the first door right here, and this is the second door.
And
There's
the
a
first
much
door
better
sort of
view of
further
the
away
door.
from the driveway, that's sort of the front door area of the home?
Yes, that's the front door.
And the other door, where does that lead?
The side door leads just right into the family room.
And as far as around this time, January, or on this evening, if you recall, where were people sort of coming in and going out of their house?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think some people use both doors.
And what we're calling sort of the front door area, actually, I'm sorry, that's sort of one closer to the garage leads into the living room, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the front door further away from the garage, where does that lead?
That's like a foyer area, and then if you take a right, it leads you to the dining room, kitchen, and then you keep going into the family room.
Now, if you don't take a right and go into the kitchen, the dining room, and then sort of into the family room, you just sort of go straight, where does that lead?
Well, you can't really go straight. If you walk into a little ways to the left, there's a set of stairs that go upstairs, and you can go straight a little bit, and then to your left again, there's stairs that go downstairs into the basement.
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, did, around the time of January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
Well, Chloe.
Yes.
But how long at that point have you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
Now, on that
6 or
night,
7.
specifically January 28th, leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting Chloe out of the bathroom or anything like that?
Sorry. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs when my friends were downstairs. And at one point, after my dad came home, it was asked if someone let the dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot, because it was my responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog, got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
And so when someone would let Chloe outside around this time, so can you describe that process as far as would it be a leash or just let her out, or how would that?
Yeah, so we had a fenced-in backyard. So we just kind of let her through the back door and open the door, and she was able to run around out back.
Whoever let her out, would they typically sort of stay at the back door while she was out?
Yeah, we stay around the kitchen area. Yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photo up on the screen, 2593. So the next exhibit would be number 72. Is that what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you, sir?
Yes.
Now, if you could, with regards to this photograph, you were mentioning something about a flagpole in the area of your front yard, is that correct?
Yeah.
Using that laser pointer, you could direct the jury's attention where that is.
Right here.
Now, with respect
Maybe,
to this
maybe
photograph
not.
that's up on the screen right now, his neighbor's brother Ryan, where was, if you could direct the jury's attention, where was about to observe that?
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the dark SUV?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct your attention to the second time that you looked out and the SUV had moved, where had it moved?
It was more down this way on the side of the road.
Now, if you could, as far as the windows that you're talking about, the kitchen area that you were looking out of, you see those in this photograph as well?
Oh, yes, I do.
If you could direct your attention to where you can see those.
Those are about right, those two right there.
Thanks.
Yep.
Let's see if I could have the last photograph on that set. And then look up on the screen, so that you have for you now, it's 7:3.
Yes.
And again, this is another photograph of the front area of your home, taken around the time of January 21st, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the flagpole in this particular area, that's opposite of the left center of the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you saw that dark SUV that you didn't really recognize, in the area of the mailbox and then further down, did you see at any other points moving along?
This
no, I
is
just
a
caught
great
it
photo.
as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
Kind of,
Facing the same
to
direction,
show
Yes.
same path,
just
side
how
door, facing the
far
house.
Yeah.
And as far as
from the house John
dark
really
SUV
was.
concerned, at any
being
point in time,
down
did you look
here.
out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So the rest of the evening, you didn't look out the window?
No.
Now, in reference to the time that expired, between the time that you saw it in the area mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend Julie, who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside around the time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
We just ask just a couple of questions.
Okay.
With regard to that morning when you woke up, your father was at your door.
Yes.
As far as from what you could see of his person, what if any injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
On my father?
Yes.
Nothing.
Now, at that time, January 28th and January 29th, 2022, did you know anybody by the name John O'Keefe?
I knew of the name, but I didn't know him personally, no.
And when you say you knew of the name or you knew of him, how did you know?
I knew he was friendly with my auntie Jan McCabe, and his niece was friendly with my cousin Jen's daughter.
And as far as your cousins, as far as Miss McCabe's daughters, what if any sort of relationship did you have with them, specific to them, beyond sort of your other cousins?
Oh yeah. So for a while, I think when I was in college or maybe the end of high school, I would help out because there was 4 girls, so they always had like multiple sports going on and stuff. So I would drive them to and from practices or be there after school if JJ had to be somewhere. So I spent a good amount of time with them and basically babysitting, but more just driving around and stuff like that.
And through them, is that how you came to know Mr. O'Keefe's niece Kaylee?
Yes.
And you gave her rides to places as well?
Yeah. Occasionally, when she would come back to the house after school, I'd drive her to CCD or whatever.
And had you ever met, to your recollection, John O'Keefe or anybody by the name of Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
John O'Keefe, no. I mean, he could have came into the house once when I was there at my aunt JJ's house, and we could have said hi, but I don't remember formally meeting him, and I never met Karen Reed either.
And on that evening, again, January 28th or the early morning of January 29th, beyond the people that you've already talked about, and specifically John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
Nothing further.
Ms. Little, I'm just gonna
Karen
hold you
stands
one
up
minute.
to do the cross-examination.
Spellings of the-
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'm going to be the best speller, but I'll try.
All right, Miss Little.
All right. I think that's good. That first one is correct. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Little. Thank you. Mr. Albert, the first time you ever spoke with anyone from the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department, or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was on July 6, 2023, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That's a full 18 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
Yes.
Who was present for that meeting?
I spoke with 2 troopers, I believe, and my lawyer.
Trooper Proctor was there?
Yes.
And this interview actually took place at your family's defense attorney's office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is
This interview took place at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Your sister Caitlin Albert was also present, correct?
She was there for some time, but she wasn't when I was interviewing. She wasn't in the room with me. No.
And that was also the first time they had spoken with your sister as well about these events, correct?
Objection.
And to be clear, the Massachusetts State Police only interviewed you after you were called to testify before a grand jury.
Objection.
Separate proceeding, correct?
the objection is
I want to direct your attention to your testimony regarding your cousin, Colin Albert. You testified today that Colin Albert called you to come to the house, correct?
I believe so. He did. Yeah.
Do you recall some prior testimony in which you said that you all had exchanged Snapchats about what you were doing that night in the house?
No, I don't believe I said that. I said for him to know that I was at the house, he could have seen a Snapchat that I had sent, but he didn't ask me on Snapchat if he can come over. I said more of that he had could have seen a Snapchat saying that we were at my house. That's how he knew, because I didn't know how he knew that we were there.
You and your cousins frequently communicate on Snapchat, correct?
Occasionally here and there.
You actually have a cousin group chat on Snapchat, don't you?
Yeah, we do. An Albert cousin group chat.
Who else is on that Snapchat?
There's all my cousins, a lot of us, a good amount of my cousins.
Would that include you?
Yep.
Colin Albert?
Yep.
Allie McCabe?
No, she's not an Albert.
Do you have a group chat in which Allie McCabe is a member?
I believe we have a cousins on my mom's side group chat, yes. But she wouldn't be in that group chat with Colin, no.
Understood. And do you still have any of the messages you exchanged with your cousin on January 28th?
I don't know. Can you rephrase the question?
Do you have any of those Snapchat messages or other messages that you exchanged with your cousin Colin Albert on January 28th?
No, I'm not even sure if there was any messages. Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Next. Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today? I said that? Yes. Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie, Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big birthday person like that.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents, Brian Higgins, arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
Describe what happened when they came into the house that night.
They all just walked in the door. And at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34th Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night, correct?
Yes, that's true.
They don't need to place Colin getting either in a car or definitively not getting into a car. They just need to
That
build
would have been
out
like as soon as he
that
got home.
Karen
So
could have
around
been the
like
only
a little after 12.
person to commit this crime.
So would that have been before or
It's just
after
about the
Colin
doubt.
walked
They
through
don't
the
need to
door?
prove
Colin
someone
had already
else did it.
already left at that point.
Where did your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time she was outside, correct?
No, I would not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier
Which
that
they
you and
should,
Nagel went
because
outside to
Chloe
speak with
got
her
out of the
brother
backyard a lot.
to indicate that she no longer needed a ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
And the second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's vehicle had pulled up, correct?
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
And the truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony
Sure.
from July 6, 2020, or sorry, May 18, 2023?
Yes.
You can just look at this.
Okay.
Just cut through all
You
that
can look
little
up
bit
when
of
your
dead
recollection
time.
is refreshed.
Okay. Yep.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you testified to
Sure. Yes.
on May 18, 2023?
Yes.
Sure is not
Isn't it true that you said that
answer.
the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward,
Yes.
but the truck was no longer there?
Sure. It seems like I said that then. Yes.
You also testified earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
And you viewed those tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Sure.
But you
I
did
need a
not
yes
see
or
a
no.
220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard, did you?
Objection.
Is that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
Who was in the house the second time that you looked out the window?
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins, my sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18, 2023
Mhm.
in another grand jury,
Mhm.
and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
I mean, I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window, who was there? And you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that if he was there or not.
So you're not sure whether Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No, I'm not sure.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
In fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure. Yes.
You also testified before that grand jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, yeah, I'm gonna see you, Tybert, if you could bring that, please.
All right.
When did your father leave in relation to Brian Higgins?
Leave? You mean like go upstairs, go to bed, or?
Leave your view.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you weren't quite so sure about that when you testified on May 18, 2023?
Ooh.
I don't know. You would have to show me.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
I think Ms. Little
Mr.
is
Albert,
doing a much
I'd
better
like to show
job
you. May I
with this
present?
cross-examination than the last one. He's not, he's not fighting as hard as the last witness. But also she seems much less
Right here.
nervous.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs, because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there"?
Yes, I just said that here as well.
I mean, you don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No.
correct?
No, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said was, quote, I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there, correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you weren't interviewed about this case until 18 months later, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, in 18 months.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house,
Depending on,
kitchen.
yeah, the dining room, from the dining room I meant.
There's actually a wall that kind of blocks the dining room, the stairs, correct?
Not if you're sitting at the two chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the long chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see. It's through the doorway.
But as you sit here today, you don't know.
It's
what
like I
time
lived
that
there and you guys
happened,
never
No, I don't know the time. No.
You guys never got to see it. I lived there. You guys never got a
Mr. Albert,
warrant.
I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of January 29th.
Sure.
Can you describe sort of how you woke up that morning?
My dad just knocked on my door, and I woke up and opened the door.
You didn't hear any dog barking?
No,
You didn't see any emergency vehicles?
no,
Didn't hear any ambulances?
no,
Didn't hear any screaming outside?
no.
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Would it refresh your
Okay, I
recollection
have
so
a
you could look at
question.
your grand jury?
Quick question. Why didn't like Carrie go and like knock on the house? Like knock on the door of the house when it was all like happening? Do you think you would have done that?
Jury testimony?
Sure, sure.
That's a
Great.
Thank
thing,
you.
right? Would you go knock on the door like frantically, like help? No?
Tell Mr. Lally the page or something.
Slides 8 to 12.
Okay.
Oops.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Sure, yeah.
Why did we look out the window that morning? Is
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
there a reason that you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person, and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
Did you say that this was kind of a new thing for you, for cops and police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or near my house.
And it made you overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss the case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18, 2023?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talk about it pretty decent. I mean, considering,
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
my parents, my sister, occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess you can, you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we've faced since then.
And all of these discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since
You
then.
need to speak with them about this case
Not,
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This case meaning the actual case at hand, or just the case about the harassment we faced?
I'm talking about what
We're
happened
not-
on January 28th and January 29th.
We're not
Yeah,
concerned
there's
about
really
the
nothing to
harassment
talk
you
about
faced.
those specifics. No, because we have nothing to say about that. We weren't part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside?
No.
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard?
No.
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn?
No.
But you did see those tire tracks?
I did.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor. No redirect.
You all set?
All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
All done with Brian Albert Jr. Oh, boy. Next witness.
Step right there, just watch your step on me. Step right up. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
Who do we have here?
Go ahead, Mr. Rowan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlin Albert,
Oh.
CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived there?
about 3 years.
With anyone do you live there?
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
And you and Ms. Morris, about how long have the two been together?
Almost 8 years.
Now, prior to living in Easton, where was it that you lived? before?
Caitlin.
I lived in Canton,
Caitlin.
And specifically, where in Canton did you
Do
live?
you know Katie
34
McLaughlin?
Fairview Road.
And how long was it that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I don't know if we're going to get into cross today.
Jeez, I lived there from about 2011 to 2021.
And that was a family home, is that right?
Yes.
And who did you live at 34 Fairview Road with?
My mom, my dad, and my 4 siblings.
And your mom's name is Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
And your dad or your father's name is Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how many siblings did you have, I'm sorry?
I have 4.
Are you the oldest?
I am.
And do you work for them?
I do.
What do you do for them?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
And if I could excuse me, turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
I actually am not
your
sure
job
that I
at
recall the
all?
exact days of the week. Maybe Friday or Saturday.
Fair to say around the weekend time?
Yeah, weekend, definitely.
And as far as your family is concerned, the 29th, what if any significance is that day?
That would be my brother's birthday.
And which of your brothers is it whose birthday?
Brian Albert Jr.
And is beyond Brian Albert Jr., just for sake of my own lack of confusion, is there some other name that you would call him as far as differentiating him between the brothers?
Right. We don't want to
Little
confuse
Brian?
you.
Sometimes, even though he's not so little.
And so during the course of that week, sort of leading up to the weekends,
Little
what
Brian is
any
cute.
discussions did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regards to Little Brian?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us. And then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of. Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But I believe that was always sort of our plan.
And so specifically on the 28th, at some point you came to Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the 4 of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
And as far as drinking was concerned with that night, you were at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall
Good.
specifically what kind of drinks you had? Or what you had
Everyone else was.
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
And your boyfriend, Ms. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that night, as far as how long was he at the bar?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night. So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
And you stayed at the waterfall after he went home?
I stayed there, yeah, with my mom and my Aunt Julie.
And if you recall, as far as that evening at the waterfall, what, if anything, was going on as far as like, live entertainment?
I want to say that there might have been a band. I just don't want to say for sure, but I think I do recall a band coming in and setting up, and yeah, I think that there might have been one.
Now, as far as the evening progressed and went on, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and sort of joined the group?
Sure. So I can't say for sure like times of people arriving or order of people arriving, but I know at one point, my uncle Chris Albert, he ended up joining us. He owns a pizza shop across the street. So when he was done working, he came and joined us. And then my aunt Jen McCabe and her husband Matt McCabe joined us. And then at some point, my father, Brian Albert, and his friend Brian Higgins also joined us. So at one point in time, I'm not sure the order of which, everybody came in or the time that they came in, but at some point we were all kind of there hanging out.
Now, and your father and Mr. Higgins, do you know where they had come from or where they were coming from?
Yes, I believe they were coming from New York from a funeral. And I remember I had asked my mom, like, is Dad going to stop by? And she was like, I don't know. He's tired. He's coming back from New York. And I was like, oh, I want to see him. So I think I convinced him to come. And then Brian Higgins just kind of tagged along from what I can remember.
Now, as far as Mr. Higgins was concerned, is that someone that you were familiar with prior to this evening on the 28th?
I knew of him and I had met him a couple times, but nothing more than that.
As far as you're aware, the house that you, for lack of a better term, grew up in or spent some form of years in, had Mr. Higgins ever been over to that house at 34 Fairview when you were there?
Not that I know of.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, came and sort of came up to your group or joined you while you were at the wall?
So from what I can remember, I remember sitting at like a high top table, and it was me and my mom sitting next to each other, and we were facing like the front door of the waterfall. And I recall a man and a woman walking in. And at first I didn't know who either of them were. But I noticed that the man started talking to like some of my aunts and uncles that I was with. And he seemed friendly with the people that were in our group. So I had said to my mom, like, oh, who is that? And she said, oh, that's John O'Keefe. And I had known of him because I knew his story about his niece and his nephew and his family. So I had known of him, but had never met him before. And so then I just assumed that the woman that was with him was his significant other, girlfriend, wife. I didn't know. So then, I didn't really speak to either of them. I think at one point, John came up to me and my mom and asked, like, do you guys need anything? Do you need a drink? And we said no. And that was pretty much it.
John was
So when you
famous
say you
around
knew
town,
of
taking those
John
kids
O'Keefe
in,
and sort of the
being
story
a
that you
cop,
related,
being a good
do
man.
you recall how it was that you came to know anything about Mr. O'Keefe? Or who was it through that you came to know about?
Well, in general, it was kind of like a known thing. The tragedy of what happened in the O'Keefe family. And so I had just kind of heard that story. And then on top of that, John O'Keefe's niece is either the same age or around the same age as some of my younger cousins. So I knew that she was friendly with them. I knew that my Aunt Jen McCabe would like help out here and there, going to sports, going to different events, whatever. I know that my Aunt Jen was friendly with John O'Keefe. And I knew that my Aunt Julie and Uncle Chris were somewhat friends with him as well.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about some of your younger cousins,
Mm-hmm.
the younger cousins you're speaking of, who are their parents?
So the younger cousins that I'm referring to would be the McCabe girls, and their parents are Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe.
And they were present at the waterfall that evening as well.
Jen and Matt were, yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and his significant other that you described, had you ever met them prior to that evening?
I had not to my knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe like a sporting event or something where we, met each other in passing, but I had never formally met John or the woman that he was with.
And so on that evening on January 28th, you had never met nor were you aware of anybody by the name of Karen?
No, I was not.
And if you know about what time was it that they came into the waterfall and came over?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure of time.
But fair to say, the other
No
people that
one's
you
sure of
testified about,
time
as
in
far as
this
your uncles and aunts
family.
and things like that, were they all there at the time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
I believe so. I believe that everyone who was there in the group that I was with was present when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived.
And about what time was it that things started to wind down as far as the waterfall was concerned?
Again, I'm the worst with times, but I would say it was around like 12-ish that we kind of said, let's kind of head out and head home. I would say 12-ish, approximately.
Now, during the course of the time that you were at the waterfall, either before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group that you were with?
I mean, I didn't notice any issues or any negative things happening. All the conversations seemed positive, lighthearted. Everyone was just kind of having a good time, getting along. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, really.
So no issues as far as fighting or tension between your group, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you saw with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, no issues as far as fighting or tension that you observed between the two of them?
Not that I observed. No.
And when you, around 12-ish or so, when you started to leave, who was it that, how did you come to leave and who did you leave with? So
I left with my mom and my dad. And again, I'm not sure the order of when like everybody else left. But I went with my mom and my dad back to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you recall, who drove home from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
My dad.
And about how long a drive is that from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
I would say like 5 or 6 minutes, give or take.
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview, do you recall where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. The driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars were in the driveway and were parked?
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like 1 or 2, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know, essentially, they're within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a door on the left, door on the right, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled in the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those doors?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, do you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on the brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
And just to be clear, sort of when you walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in, I actually had seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area. And I remember I said to him, like, "Oh, hi, what are you doing?"
Next question. Not what you said.
Taking you back
I don't
to sort of
know.
when you're
She
exiting
should have
the
been. I
waterfall,
mean,
when you're exiting your parents'
it's
vehicle,
very
walking
easy
into
to
the
just
house,
look
what if
into your
anything you
story.
observe as far as the weather at that time?
I remember at that point, snow was definitely coming down. And I could tell that it was like progressively getting worse.
And so you walk into the home in the front foyer area, that's where you went into your cousin Colin.
Yes.
How is Colin related to you as far as how is he your cousin?
So Colin is Julie Albert and Chris Albert's son. So he's my first cousin.
And
Let me just say,
when you walk in, sort of bump into him, where was it that he was?
He told me that he
Albert,
was headed.
Not what you told you. Where was he going?
To my knowledge, he was going home.
Next question. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into
The
Colin's
Alberts
foyer at home,
are sort of
how long was it
helping
that
the
he was in home
defense.
while you-
I would say
like none of them
How long was he in
ever
the home?
placing,
minutes.
except for Brian Albert Jr.,
And from
placing Karen
Your group, this
Black
includes yourself and other fathers, is that correct?
Sorry, what was that?
at
From your
the
group, when you enter the
scene.
home, that includes.
But they are
your
all
mother and
placing
father.
Yes.
Colin at the scene, and then poof, he just
And,
disappears. No one knows where he
who, if
went.
anyone
Where
else
was
on the
Colin
waterfall
doing? What was
arrived at your
Colin
home
doing?
around
How
the
did you
same
know
time as
people were
yourself and
home?
mother?
What's going on? Why is
I
he so
believe that
secretive?
Brian
What's
Higgins was the
happening?
next to
At
arrive.
this point in
I think
time,
he
they're
very shortly
Albert
after
are kind of
came
helping the
inside.
prosecution
After
with that little
myself,
bit of
my mom
info
and dad.
that Colin was
And so
just
when Mr. Higgins
like
comes into the house at
mysterious
34 Fairview,
outlier.
are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
Not Karen.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into the house, when you come into the house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer, and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and 2 of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him, and was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
And the friends that you observed in that sort of kitchen dining area, the friends of your brother Brian, Wilbur, what were their names?
Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening in January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And with regard to the house, after yourself, your mother and father arrived, and then Mr. Higgins after that, who, if anyone else from the waterfall, came to the house that you saw?
My Aunt Jen and my Uncle Matt McCabe.
And when your Aunt Jen and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
And when Mr. and Mrs. or
You
your
don't
uncle
know
and your
where-
Aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with them?
I believe they did a similar thing. They either entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road that
I would say hour 45, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. But yeah, I can't say for sure. It's an estimate.
And for the balance of the time that you were there, were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area of the house?
We were just kind of hanging out. I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on. We had a couple drinks and everyone was just kind of like having a good time, hanging out. We said happy birthday to Brian, and that was kind of it.
And Ms. Albert, at any point in time when you were well, let me ask you this first. As far as the sort of demeanor or mood within the house, similar to how I would ask you at the waterfall, did any of that change once you returned back to your parents' house in Fairview Road?
No.
So everyone getting along, no arguments, no tension, anything you observed?
Correct, yeah.
Now, beyond the people that you just described, did anyone else come into your house, into your parents' house that evening while you were there?
No.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe and/or his significant other, Ms. Reed, at any point in time while you were there, did they come into the house?
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
Now, with regard to the people that you were describing before, at any point in time, did the people in the kitchen dining room area, any of them leave that area of the house?
I think when my mom, my dad, and I first got there, I believe my dad went upstairs to grab the dog to let her out.
Let her out, not let
so yeah,
it
so he
out.
did that, and then I think there was another period of time where my dad might
Yeah,
have been
let him
showing, or maybe my mom or my dad were showing Brian Higgins like family photos of one of my brothers who's in the Marines. So and that would have been in like the family room area, which still is like there's an open doorway, so it's not like the door was shut or anything. But other than that, we all kind of stayed within that dining room kitchen vicinity.
Now, with reference to the dog, that was a family dog, is that right?
Yes.
And your family had the dog when you still lived on Fairview Road with your parents?
Yes.
And what was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash or how was the dog you let out?
Sure. So we had like a fenced in backyard and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing. And then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when you got home from the waterfall that evening?
Yes.
The family room that you were talking about where your father and or your mother and Mr. Higgins were as far as the photographs, where is that in relation to the dining room kitchen area? And specifically, can you see into that area from the dining room kitchen?
Into the family room? Yes. So there's just sort of like it's like a doorway, but there's no door there. It's pretty open. And if you're standing in the dining room or the kitchen, you can see into the family room for the most part.
Now, you at that point were not living at the address on Fairview Road, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at the Fairview home on that night, who was the last person?
I was the last person to leave.
And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there, can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order did those be?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, my Aunt Jen, and my Uncle Matt, they all left in one car, and then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, during the time that you were hanging out in that dining room, kitchen area of the home, at any point in time, was your attention drawn to the outside of the house? Or anything, see anything outside the house?
I did not.
And with respect to the front area of the house, at any point in time, was there any discussion that you recall about anything going on there?
I don't recall a discussion going on about anything happening out front, except for at one point,
No, let me hear her answer first. Except for what, at one point?
I remember that Julie Nagel's brother was supposed to pick her up. So I knew that there was some communication where she told him, never mind, you don't need to pick me up. You can go home. I'm going to go home with Jen and Matt.
So the cross-examination of Brian Albert
With
Jr.,
respect to your
where Miss Little was talking
that
about the group
case,
chats between the cousins,
was there anything
between
you recall,
Snapchat,
for doing with, do you recall her having a cell phone that
is
night?
I do.
ringing
And
in
what
my
if
head
anything you
right now
recall
when
her
it
doing
comes
with
to
respect to
that story.
I remember
matching
at one point
the
we were standing in the
story.
kitchen and I had noticed she was on the phone. And I remember she said something to the effect of like, oh,
No, not what she said.
okay.
So next question.
If they were all in the
At
same
some
room,
point, did you
they
see
were
her
all in the
talking
same
on the
house,
phone?
they all saw
I
the
did.
same thing, they're
Some
going
point
to have
did you
very
see her
similar stories.
texting?
The language is going to be very similar. They're
I'm
very
not sure
close
about
family.
texting. I definitely
It
saw
doesn't
her
feel
speaking
weird.
with
That's
somebody
the
on the phone
question.
though.
And at some point, where did she put her phone
Is it
in
too
relation to
similar?
where you guys were in the kitchen and
The
back?
verbiage
I'm not
too
sure.
similar.
Recall any sort of
That's for
charger
the
or
jury
anything
to
like that in the
decide.
area of the home?
I don't.
For me, I'm questioning it. How defensive they get when they're asked, how often
Now,
do
as
they
far
talk
as,
about this case?
who picked you up
Brian
from the house
Albert
that night?
jumping to
My
the
boyfriend.
harassment he's getting as
And,
the case at
Ms.
hand
Morris came
instead of
2000 Fairview Road.
the actual
and picked
case
you up
at
some
hand.
point, about an hour, 45 minutes or so after.
Wild.
You arrived there, is that correct?
Yes.
And recall what Ms. Morris was driving on that particular evening?
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Ms. Morris have at that time? Can you recall?
At that time, he had a Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
And how was it that you came? Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
Did you receive a text, something to the effect of here, and then you go outside?
Yes.
And when you went outside, if you recall, what was the weather like when you were coming out of the house?
When I walked outside, I remember, again, the snow was coming down a lot. I remember like sort of trying to watch my step because the stairs in the brick path were pretty snowy, and I didn't want to slip.
Does he have
So
the front
as far as
door,
weather,
like
I
the
remember it was
front
actively snowing
door?
and I was trying not to slip. And that's pretty much what I can remember.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would have come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Ms. Morris, I'm assuming, backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mhm.
When he backs out of the driveway, where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the
Did the
flagpole.
lights hit anything
side facing
weird?
the house, is that right?
Yes.
And if you recall, as Mr. Morris is driving away from the home, what, if anything, with respect to the weather, did he have to employ within the car?
I remember the windshield wipers were on, and I remember he was driving very cautiously, 10 and 2. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, the snow is coming down pretty hard.
And as you drove past the house, were you looking outside or looking at the house or the front lawn area at home?
I was not. Once I got inside the car, my attention was on him, and we were having a conversation. So I hadn't been looking out the passenger window towards my house at really any point.
Did Tristan
You
hit
had to
him?
turn towards your boyfriend who's driving the car to the left of you as he's driving away.
Wait.
Yes.
I have one moment now.
Yes.
How is this helping the prosecution? Karen has yet to be placed at the scene. John has yet to be placed at the scene. Those sirens are going to kill me. Where is Karen? When did it happen? We are on day 10 and we do not have the story of Karen backing into John,
Christina?
driving away. What? When is it going to come in?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
When is it going to come in? I am
Ms.
so
Albert, you were
confused.
at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, after you got up that day, did you receive a call, a text, any sort of communication from any investigator connected with this case?
I did not.
Trooper Proctor did not contact you on January 29th?
No,
He did not interview you on January 29th?
he did not.
What about January 30th,
No.
31st?
Nope.
How about the entire month of February? Did you hear from Trooper Proctor wherein he set up a meeting or an interview with you?
I did not.
Then what about the entire rest of 2022?
Objection, Your
Trooper
Honor.
Proctor interviewed you during that entire year?
All right, so the objection's overruled. You can answer that.
I was not interviewed. No.
And then in 2023, prior to May of 2023, were you contacted by Trooper Proctor or any investigator for an interview regarding what you just testified to here today?
I don't think so.
And you hadn't met Mr. Lally by May of 2023 either, correct?
I don't think so.
But in May of
That
2023,
seems sincere.
you actually were called to testify at another hearing where neither the Commonwealth or the defense in this case was present, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin were not there, and certainly no members of the defense team were there, correct?
Correct.
And May of 2023 was well over a year after the events that you were called to testify about, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if these events
She's like,
happened on
"You're making
January
math."
28th,
Yeah.
29th, 2022, the end of January of 2023 would have been a year. Now, you're being asked for the first time to give testimony about what happened back in January of 2022 in May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And then it was only after you testified before that other proceeding without the prosecution and the defense of this case there that Trooper Proctor finally interviewed you in August of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that was 4 months after you testified in that other hearing of May of 2023, correct? June, July, I'm sorry, 3 months, June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
And it was about a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Now, on direct examination, Mr. Lally had asked you about whether you knew Brian Higgins. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that you knew of Higgins, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that you had met him a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins, you would classify as an acquaintance, correct?
To me,
Yes.
I would classify him as a friend of my father's, not really an acquaintance or friend of mine.
Okay.
That's fair.
So
I
he didn't rise
totally
to the
agree with
level
that.
of an acquaintance, somebody who you met, but you didn't really know.
I'm not really sure how I would categorize my relationship with him. Again, it was just more of like, he was my father's friend. If I had seen him walking down the street, I would have said hello to him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't communicate
Yeah.
with him regularly. So I mean, if that's what you would consider an acquaintance, then yes.
I guess
I'm on her
what
side.
do you consider an acquaintance? How would you?
I'm on
define
her
that?
side with this one. He's
I would
trying to
say
get
an
to the
acquaintance is
Katie
someone who
McLaughlin.
you are friendly with,
connection,
and might see from time to time. I guess in my head, I'm just sort of thinking someone who's in closer in age with me. I usually think of it as more of like a friend type thing and not my father's friend to me. I guess
Yeah.
that's just the way I think of it in my head.
Okay, so is your
You should have
testimony
used this
before
with
this
somebody
jury that
completely else.
an acquaintance is really a friend?
Someone that you're friendly with, perhaps, could be.
Friendly, friends,
Uh,
close friends,
Have you
best friends. We've
watched
covered
any
the
of
whole
testimony
gambit of
in
relationships.
this case prior to your taking the stand today?
I have not.
Has anybody told you anything about any of the testimony that has occurred prior to your taking the stand today?
No.
Who is Katie McLaughlin?
Katie McLaughlin
Here we go.
is a girl who I'm in the same I'm the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the same people socially. I can't think of a time, possibly ever, where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually.
She was told about
So
this.
more of like a friend of a mutual friend.
Okay. So, Kate, you would
It's
not
gonna get
consider
uncomfortable.
Katie
It's
McLaughlin
gonna
to
get
be a friend?
uncomfortable.
She's not a close personal friend of
I
mine.
asked you if she was a close personal friend.
Objection.
Just let her finish her answer.
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your answer.
I would not consider her one of my, again, close friends.
All right, so let's get back to my question. Would you consider her?
Here we go
to
again.
be a
Here we go
friend?
again.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Hey, Doris, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Close friend, acquaintance. Never seen them before. They're all different. They're all different. Karen's over it. She's like, close friends and friends are completely different. They're completely different. And we are doing this fight again. We did it with Katie McLaughlin about Caitlin, and we're going to do it with Caitlin about Katie McLaughlin. This is so, it's hard. It's going to be uncomfortable. I know he needs to do it. I know he wants to do it. I know it needs to be done. But I really am crossing my feet. This again, honestly, I am crossing my fingers that he is able to very quickly get the point across that close friends and friends different. They are different categories of human beings and the relationships with each other. They are completely different. Oh my gosh, it's frustrating. This is so frustrating. This is frustrating. Let's boot, scoot, and boogie. And now they're all chatting, but close friends is completely different than friends and acquaintances. It's completely different to the judge. And the judge is like, oh my God, you guys, what is happening? All right. No, let's not feel.
Courtney Proctor,
All
correct?
right. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's see what happened. Oh my God.
Okay,
The
Ms.
battle
Allen,
of
you know
the
Courtney Proctor,
relationships.
correct?
I know of her, yes.
And you've been in her company several times, correct?
Thank you.
Yes.
You've met her children, correct?
Once, yes.
And you know she is Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Sorry,
When
I got
Michael
distracted.
Proctor ultimately interviewed you in August of 2023, did he ever ask you how well you knew his sister, Courtney Proctor? Did that subject ever come up?
Not that I remember.
And did you ever mention it to him that you had met his sister and met his sister's kids?
I did not.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is you wanted to go back to 34 Fairview, your old home, to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt. But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Certainly the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going back, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
It added to the warmth.
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the waterfall.
I'm talking about.
She doesn't understand the question.
Tristan left, right?
Yes.
You stayed at the waterfall.
Yes.
And you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go back to 34 Fairview. Yes.
Okay. And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
In what sense?
Bunch of bedrooms.
Yes.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
At that time, correct.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem with you staying there overnight, correct?
Correct.
And when you made the decision to go there after the waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview,
I wonder if
you,
the judge was
saw
like, we're
your
not doing this
cousin Colin
friend thing
Albert
again.
inside the home, correct?
Yes.
We're not doing it.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him as your first cousin, are you not?
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with him as well, correct?
Yes.
Colin Albert is close with your parents, correct?
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin, Colin Albert, at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction with him, correct?
Yes.
That was sort of toward the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area.
Yes.
You greeted them as well.
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right. And from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
This may be a good time to pause. I don't know, are we going past four?
All right, that's it. We'll pause then. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Albert, we'll bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, and then I will stay here and just let the jurors file out first.
Never saw
So
Colin
jurors, the
leave.
same three
Fine,
questions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a half day this evening.
Organize the court, please. Jurors, call me this way.
All right, jury is walking out. And there might be some things that the judge needs to chat
All
about.
right, so Ms. Dianetti, why don't you tell me now what it is you hope to do tomorrow and basis for it?
Right, so
All right.
my claim, Your Honor, is based on the fact that Katie McLaughlin, when she testified, tried to minimize her relationship with the Caitlin Calvert. The reason why that's relevant is that we
Okay. So they were asked to approach before going into like the whole Katie McLaughlin stuff. And so the judge probably was like, we don't have time today. Ask some other questions and we'll get to it tomorrow. Let's chat about it before we leave. So this is when he is bringing it back up. It happened a couple of days ago. They got like new photos with Katie and Caitlin, like a baby shower. So that he's going to plead his case as to like bringing in more information, more like newly found evidence and all that stuff.
we have proof that she has changed her story after she learned that 34 Fairview was the Albert family home. She was on record with Trooper Proctor stating that, this is Katie McLaughlin, stating that what she heard my client say, she actually overheard. She heard my client addressing Jennifer McCabe on scene in a hysterical manner saying, allegedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that evolved, in this case, to a multi-part conversation with many different people, including starting with Katie McLaughlin saying, was there any trauma? And my client supposedly responded, I hit him. And then a police officer jumps in and asks another question. My client supposedly said, I hit him. And there were 4 different times where my client was responding to others so that it wasn't really this burst of excitement and an excited utterance. She tried to cast it as statements that were made upon reflection, making them sound more ominous and more inculpatory than what they were, particularly because the person to whom my client was speaking, who was no friend of my client, reported that she said, did I hit him, could I hit him? So we have a clear conflict in the testimony. We have a witness who has admitted that her statement has evolved, and she's admitted that her statement evolved after she learned the identity of the house that she was at, which happens to be the house that Caitlin Albert grew up in. When she was confronted with, who is Caitlin Albert, when Jackson asked Katie McLaughlin who Caitlin Albert was, there was a long pause, and then she was and then even the way she phrased it was, I think, telling. I went to school with somebody by that name. There was something to that effect. It just sounded ridiculous. It sounded like it was somebody that she was trying to remember. At that point, we had 4 photos that we marked for ID, H, I, J, and K, where we have them together. We have them being Facebook friends. We have a nature of the relationship that she tried to conceal in our community. Since that time, we've been deluged by other photos of the 2 of them together, including one, intimate photo of them, before them. So when I say before them, I mean Caitlin Albert, her 2 college roommates. The only person who's not a college roommate in that photo is Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin also said that she never went on anything other than occasional day trips with Caitlin Albert. We now know that that's false. We have them together in a hot tub drinking in a photo that is from Maine, which is about a 4-hour drive away.
When is
That
that?
was, it was posted in 2016, which is about.
But when did it occur? Did it occur in 2016 or was it posted in 2016?
It was posted in 2016. I think the information, that's when it was a new photo that was uploaded. That makes sense.
So the judge has to go through this information
That location was tagged on 2016.
carefully.
So it was after high school, which again contradicts Katie McLaughlin's testimony because she made it seem like this was just some girl that I knew in high school, and then we happened to be at the same places at various times, but I'm not close with her, despite the fact that I have my arm around her in most of the photos. The other
She's
aspect
taking
of this,
note.
Your Honor, is
It
she
is
said that
still
she had not, Katie
on the
McLaughlin
record.
testified she had not seen Caitlin Albert for I think 2 or 3 years prior to January of 2022. We have a baby shower photo that is from June of 2021. They are standing next to each other.
Do you have someone to authenticate that date?
Caitlin Albert will authenticate that date.
Why are you
Because
sure of that?
She's going to
Why
be
are you
showing
sure
a baby
of
shower,
that?
which occurred in 2021.
Okay.
That's when it's timestamped on social media. And Caitlin Albert, her face and her body are in that photo. Katie McLaughlin's face and body are in that photo.
How many other people are in that photo?
I think there are 6. I have a photo. Give back to Mr. McDermott. The one's for ID. Oh, thank you.
Or actually, if I can just see those, I thought these were different photos. If I could have those, then you don't need to count the people.
There are 5 other people in the photo with them, but they're together on the right side of the photo. These photos impeach the testimony of Katie McLaughlin multiple times, and we should be allowed to explore the bias of these witnesses, particularly the bias of Katie McLaughlin, who purports to give incriminating testimony against my client, brand new testimony that only existed after she learned the identity of the homeowners in this case. This is classic bias and classic impeachment evidence. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show photographic evidence of this
Classic
relationship,
bias.
much like Mr. Lally showing photographic evidence of
Classic.
34, 50, what it looks like. It's intended to assist the jury. And in doing a 403 balancing test, Your Honor, the probative nature of this evidence greatly outweighs any prejudice. She's able to explain these photos any way she wants when Mr. Lally does his.
I think he should be able to bring them in.
examination of her.
I'll be interested to see what the
Without
judge
being
says.
able to
I don't
get
know.
into this,
I don't know
Your
what she's gonna say.
Katie McLaughlin's testimony, it's like she's wearing a suit of armor. We can't get through it. We have the tools and the evidence to get through it. We have the ability to expose her as somebody that's misrepresented something very important to this court. If you can't ask these questions and we can't get any of these photos, then we're not able to do it.
All right, Mr. Lally, what do you say?
Just as far as the authenticity of whatever these is, as far as social media is concerned, there's a variety of ways to fabricate that. And I think it's interesting that Mr. Yannetti is really vague about where these photos came from or how he knows the specifics that he's so sure about when they occurred, where they occurred, what state people were in, what day it was, who is college roommates of who within these photographs, but has no specifics about, where these deluge of photographs came from. More importantly, Your Honor, what I would submit as far as Ms. McLaughlin is concerned is she was entirely consistent, and I did the disparagement as far as
She
what
wasn't
her testimony has been, as far as
entirely
her statement within the report to the proctor, her grand jury
though.
testimony in this case, and her testimony before this jury on the stand were identical, if not entirely consistent. And again, it's not just Ms. McLaughlin that is attributing this statement to the
I don't
defendant.
think they
The
were.
jury
I
has
think
heard from
they
two
found
other
moments that she
firefighters,
wasn't
as well as anticipated other witnesses who will testify to these exact same statements that the defendant made outside of the home on that date. What counsel I think is referring to as far as the could I have hit him is something that the defendant said to Ms. McCabe, which was overheard by Ms. Roberts on a speakerphone on the way to Fairview Road. And then she modifies that statement when she's asked specifically about the bruising and how that could have been caused. And it's at that point where she repeats, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So to then use prior statements to a completely separate witness that have nothing to do with Ms. McLaughlin to try to use that to claim impeachment or bias is ridiculous. And then as far as it applies to this specific witness, when it comes to impeachment and bias, what the case law is very clear about is if it goes to bias of the witness who is on the stand. And the witness in this case is Ms. Albert, not Ms. McLaughlin.
All right, thank you. This will save us some time tomorrow.
Right. Well, the only other thing I was going to add, Your Honor, is Mr. Valley's arguments go to the weight, not the admissibility, but I pulled up my notes, which I'm sure the court has. She has morphed her statement into, I asked if there had been any significant trauma. She said, I hit him. Then she repeated it. A woman said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down. She said, I hit him. Then a police officer said, what did you say? She repeated, I hit him. And, Ms. McCabe herself testified in the grand jury. That's not what happened. That she said at that moment, did I hit him? Could I have? She's on record saying it.
All right, thank you. I'll take a look at my notes and we'll figure this out first thing.
All rise.
So, cute. Okay, so the judge is going to think about her decision. Can the new photos come in? Can they not come in? So that'll be interesting. That'll be a thing that probably already happened today, but we watched Monday, and not Tuesday. We will do Tuesday and Wednesday tomorrow. So yeah, so that's that. Boy, it was a long day. We just watched a full day of court. It's not even 1 p.m. That's crazy. We're crushing it, you guys. I have thoughts. I have thoughts. The cross-examination of Brian Albert was intense. The cross-examination of Brian Albert, I think, did things, but not in the ways I think that they wanted it to do. I think the cross-examination of Brian Albert showed Brian Albert not necessarily being the most trustworthy guy. Brian Albert not necessarily fully caring about the situation. He doesn't remember when he got a lawyer, but he remembers that his phone was in the bed. And, those little things, like those big things. You don't remember when you got a lawyer? Why did you get a lawyer? Why did you feel like you needed to get a lawyer? And why did your lawyer, did you get a lawyer before or after the letter that told you to not get rid of your phone was sent to you? Did you get a lawyer before or after that? I would like to know when you got a lawyer. I'm still missing information. I think that's the problem with some of these cross-examinations, is that information is still being left out, that I still have questions about Brian, that I don't think anyone else other than Brian could answer. I think they're getting a little too focused on making a specific point instead of trying to make as many points as possible to draw as much out of the witness. I don't know. I think they got a little excited. I think they got a little ahead of themselves, and I think they are trying too hard to make one specific point at times. And I think it might be taking a little bit of a toll on the jury. This is a long trial. We just watched day 10 of the trial. And we don't even have Karen placed at the scene yet, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. We don't have Karen placed at the scene yet. And this is day 10 of the trial. I think the prosecution is doing some okay things. I also think some of their decisions are helping the defense. I think some of the decisions are helping the defense by creating a little bit of extra doubt that Karen was even there. 10 days this jury has been sitting listening to these humans speak. And the only time Karen was placed at the scene was when she found John, not when John was actually injured. So I don't know what's happening. I hope they get to it soon. But either way, I gotta go. Thanks for watching Court with me today. I will see you guys tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday. We'll do another bright and early day. We'll do a long day of court. We'll catch up. We'll catch up to court. Well, we'll watch Tuesday and then Wednesday as well. Cool. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for being here. I am not a lawyer and I just like justice, but we got to get there. Holy crap. We got to get there.